Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Was that over the top?
Yeah.
I only had
bit
like
much,
a
yeah.
bunch of errors getting that out. Welcome in, everybody. This is it, man. This is the big build. This is the one. This is going to make me or break me. We'll find out what's going to happen. Today, joining us, wonderful and amazing Mitch Morrison.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Hey, Mitch, always good to see you, my friend. We already have 347 people into the chat room waiting.
Okay.
With
bated breath, yeah.
Yes. And today's build is a very special build. And I want to give a couple of shouts out to some recent contributions from folks that have been very generous. One is Dennis Doya, as well as David Hale, and of course, John Jack Wilson. Thanks you guys so much for your recent contributions to the channel. I also want to give a shout out to Ryan out in Nevada, who sent me this VGA to HDMI adapter that I needed. Look at this. Michael Nielsen just contributed 200 Danish kroner. Thank you very much. Also a shout out to Tom Jackson, who sent me 3 more. These are the last 3 SD 256 gig class 10 cards. Each camera takes 2. So right now I have 1 in each of the 3 cameras. Now they're all the same and they'll all have 2. One's like a backup, like a RAID configuration. So thank you to Tom Jackson again for your generosity and helping to support the channel, as well as all of you joining me today during today's live video, and of course your ongoing support, which just means being nice. And Colin Hunt has contributed £5 as well. Thank you guys so much. Now, I don't want to focus very much on the contributions. I will shout out your names towards the end, because Mitch, you've got to leave to go see Alan Parsons.
Yes,
you have a personal meeting with Alan Parsons.
to go see Alan Parsons here tonight. So hence the shirt. Next to Toto.
So we've got 4 hours.
Yeah.
And we'll see what we can get done in 4 hours today. Jeremy Kravers contributed $10. He goes, here's the Carrie's Dream Build 2001, a Carrie Xynos Odyssey. Xynos. It looks like an ice cream machine, says Randall Hill. If only. So yeah, we're going to see what we can get done in 4 hours today. And today's part selection is listed in the video notes below the video. But we're going to start first and foremost with the amazing Xynos G3, all aluminum, all billet aluminum. It's carved. This is basically a carved case. You can remove every panel and stack them on each other and have nothing. Unlike a typical computer case, when you remove the panels, there's still a frame. There's a top and a bottom. The top and bottom come off, the sides come off. There's no back side for the motherboard tray, so if we're mounting any type of third-party heat cooling device, we have to do that before we put the motherboard in, because this back panel here, this side of it, thank you for spinning it. This back panel is, the other side of this is what the motherboard's attaching to, so there's no big hole here to work on. The parts we're using have to be of the same level of, what's the word I want to use? They've got to be equivalent in value.
Caliber.
Caliber. You're the man of words today.
As the case.
And for that, we have selected none other than let's just start with the good stuff. This is an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2080 Ti. This is from PNY and is a blower-style graphics card. These were very difficult to find. Quite a challenge, actually. $1,200 and change. The CPU, as Mitch is holding there, that's a Core i9. That's a 9900 KS. That is a limited edition processor, which means Intel's only going to make them for about 2 months, and then they won't make them anymore. Similar to the 8086K that Intel released last year, they only go up in value for people that are collectors. It's not necessarily about performance any more so than the Gucci handbag is a better handbag. It's just got the Gucci name on it. Well, this is limited edition, it's exclusive, and this is limited edition, and this is exclusive. And this is very hard to find. All of these things are, so far, everything I'm showing you, very hard to find. Now, for storage, we've got the Samsung 970 Evo Plus NVMe SSD. What size is that one, Mitch? If you turn it around, that should be 2 terabytes, should be in the top right corner. Yeah, that's 2 terabytes right there. Those, for whatever reason, are around $500 right now on Amazon. They should be regular price about $400. I don't know what's going on with the price on those. The RAM is the ultra special, beautiful, over-the-top, ridiculous GSkill. You know what? We got some dust on that box. It's bothering me. This is the GSkill Trident Z Royal, and I've shown this previously on the 3950X build. And inside the box, you'll see there's a microfiber cloth, a Go Faster sticker, and of course the RAM with little crystal display. And it's all RGB, and you'll be able to look through the window and see that gently glowing. It's a very diffused RGB. It's not as harsh as other RGB. It's in your face. So it's a little over the top. Also, for the power supply, we're going to use the Be Quiet Pure Power 11. It's a 700 watt power supply, modular. And then to keep it cool, obviously cooling is a pretty important issue. A Mugen 5 isn't going to fit depth-wise, I don't think. And it certainly wouldn't be much to look at through the window. So instead, we're going to use the NCXT Kraken X62. Now you might be asking yourself, Carrie, there's no place, where's the radiator going to go? Well, we're going to get to that. And then, of course, the motherboard, the mother of all boards. This is the ROG Maximus 11 Gene from Asus. It's a micro ATX board, just loaded with every bell, whistle, and feature you could ever want, from built-in Wi-Fi, which becomes, as you're, if you're a regular to the channel, you know I'm not a fan of built-in Wi-Fi. But when it's a micro or a mini ITX board, that's where it starts to become more important, because the options for upgrading aren't as, you don't have the same amount of freedom, I guess is what I'm getting at, as you do with a full ATX board. So to enrich the value of the board, many manufacturers will put on added features so that you're not going to consume what limited space you've got left in your case, or expansion slots. You know, with Wi-Fi, there will be one less thing you got to worry about. And it's got other bells, whistles, and features, including an add-in card for adding 2 more M.2 drives. So you could have a total of 4 NVMe drives on this thing if you wanted to. It's pretty incredible. That's a $400 motherboard. It's about a $100 power supply. The RAM's about 180. The cooler's about 145. The graphics card, as I mentioned, is about 1,200. This chip, if you can find it, retail should be $629, but right now they're selling between $700 to $900, supply and demand. And they're still available as I'm making this video today. If you keep an eye on Amazon, when it's being sold by Amazon directly with Prime, it'll be $629. When the marketplace sellers, which is all that's available now, are selling it, they mark it up because, you know, that's capitalism. And of course, let's not underplay the case. The case is a custom-designed Xynos G3. It is milled out of about 120 pounds of solid aluminum. It is anodized, electronically anodized, and the care and amount of time it takes to make a case like this, including the 7-inch color screen up front. There's a 4-line LCD screen here and a Blu-ray reader-writer that can be flipped to open on either side. So all of that was well thought out in its design. And each piece is painfully detailed through CAD software before being tested in a CNC machine and then ultimately refined into what you see here today. Some people have wondered about why there's a key there. You know, some cases do have keys, especially in a work environment, but there's also a bunch of Allen bolts around the case. So I suppose if you were ever to lose the key, I guess you could just dismantle the case anyway with a...
I would tell people that's to start up your computer.
Yeah, we'll have to add like an engine starting as I turn the key, right? It'd have to sit like that and just... vroom. Yeah. But I expect this case to run very, very quietly. The goal here is we're going to add an adapter to the top. You want to see the adapter? I'm kind of excited to show it. This is what changes this. This is why I can guarantee you'll never see another build exactly like this. Because John Xynos, I explained to him that I want to use a processor that is good enough to go into that case.
Okay.
But I don't want to use an ugly air cooler. I want something better, but there's no place for a liquid cooler. And he said, well, what liquid cooler would you like to use? And I said, I'd like to use the Kraken X62, which is a pretty large 2-fan. It's 280 millimeters, so The other one you and I installed back there, that's a 240.
Yeah.
This is a 280. So John said, you know what, let me get to work on that, and I will solve this problem for you. And of course, he had to buy a cooler, and he had to do some experimentation. And what do you see what he came up with? This is retrofitting this piece. The stacks will sit on this, and then this will sit on the stacks. And I want you to look at the detail of what John has done here. Huh? Am I right? And LEDs on the bottom. Right through here, you'll see there's LED lighting. And so that is going to sit and be sandwiched at the top of the case, and then the velocity stacks will go on top of that.
Did they see the octopus? Oh,
That's the Kraken!
Oh, that's a Kraken.
And that's the Corsair ship, kind of
Okay.
sailing sideways.
Okay.
Did you guys catch all that? We got Corsair. It's kind of like a Corsair logo.
Yeah.
It may just be a random, because NZXT is the one that makes the cooler, not Corsair. I don't think we're using anything Corsair on here. Well, maybe it's just a ship being threatened, and it just coincidentally looks like Corsair's logo. I love how he did the Intel logo. I love that. It rises up from the. Look at the detail of this piece. That is
Amazing.
functional artwork.
Yeah.
That is incredible, masterful. I wish I had that talent. I'm telling you. I can't get over how beautiful this is. So imagine that sitting right up there. That's what we're going to do today. Yeah, am I excited? Can you tell? I'll set that over here because I don't want it to fall and scratch or anything like that, because that would be bad. So the first thing we have to do, Mitch, is we're going to have to prep the motherboard. So to prep this board,
Why don't we get some of the items out of the way?
yeah, we definitely won't need the graphics card just yet or the power supply just yet. For whatever reason, Intel, when you buy this high-end CPU, they like to put it in a velvet bag. What am I supposed to do with this?
Well,
Wear it as a do-rag?
yeah.
I don't know, man. I will gladly give you 3 gold pieces, my sir.
For my beans, my magic beans? Okay.
You'll only get me once on that.
Yeah.
So the motherboard here, the Republic of Gamers Maximus 11 Gene, I don't think I need anything yet, is got fancy packaging.
Ooh.
And this is a micro ATX board. It's a bit smaller width and lengthwise than a ATX standard board that you typically see me build with. We've got some, looks like temperature sensors here, SATA cables. This appears to be the riser that I was telling you about, that you can add 2 more M.2 drives, and then Wi-Fi antennas for the Wi-Fi that's built on the board.
And this comes with its own, the back plate's already on it.
Yeah, so this, when you get into the higher end motherboards, the more expensive motherboards, they generally start to come with their own back plates. So let's take a look at what we're working with here today. Let me just remove the tape. I think I missed a piece here. Did that all come off or did it tear? No, it tore. Why did it do that?
Because you didn't use the tab.
I did use the tab. Just see, it was the other side that tore.
Sound effects.
ASMR. There it is. It's like the glue was stronger than the plastic. Here, wait, there's another little bit there. Thank you. Here's what the motherboard looks like. There's the back of it. Fascinating. Here's all of the input output on the back. And if we look up at the front, if you look closely, it looks like we have an extra RAM socket, but that's actually the that little card you plug in that holds the other M.2 drives. It'll put one on each side, and that'll go in this slot here if we want to use it. It only has 2 slots for RAM. We're going to use the Trident Z Royal, which is from GSkill, and those are 16 gigs apiece for a total of 32 gigs of RAM in the build. Sometimes there's plastic over any of the heat sinks, so we want to check if there is. This is the time to remove that because these heat sinks do get warm. And this plastic will yellow and bubble, and it'll make your motherboard look terrible. I think we've got it off of here already, do we? Or is there some here? No, I think there's some in here. Yep. Yep. So if we take this stuff off now, we don't have to worry about what it's going to look like in 6 months when it starts to discolor and bubble up. It's fully loaded board. It's got 2 8-pin CPU power connectors here. We're only going to use one of those at this time because I'll have to get a different power supply that supports that in order to justify that. And if we're going to overclock it and draw higher voltages, then we really want to use that extra. But we're not overclocking it. There's no plans to overclock it. And one 8-pin connector will be all we need. I just want to see, is there more plastic? No?
Probably not.
Good. So as far as motherboard size go, you see it's relatively small. And like I said, this runs about $400. I'm guessing, this has got to have an M.2 slot under here somewhere. Thought it had 2. I think both of them are underneath here. I think there's an M.2 here and an M.2 on the opposite side, and they face each other. Pretty sure. We're going to find out as we begin the build.
Don't assume.
I'm just trying to figure it out because there's not much
That's true.
other places they could have placed them, right? It could be under this one, but that's on an angle. They wouldn't mount it on an angle. It's always going to be straight left and right or straight up and down. In fact, I don't even think I've seen one up and down. That appears to be the only location. There's only one PCI Express slot by 16 for a graphics card here. And then there's a PCI Express by 4, is it? Up here. We've got USB 3 header for the case. And we also have a USB 3.1 header if the case supported that. This is what you get when you buy sort of the higher end on the it's interesting, there's a sticker here. I just noticed it says M.2. I think we're going to be pulling the motherboard manual out on this one. What I'm pointing out right up here in the top corner, it says M.2, and I thought the memory modules went in these 2, and that the add-on M.2 thing went on the other one. But now I'm just going to have to look in the manual to verify that. It's weird that that's like a... It's like a piece of metal. It doesn't seem to come up. Like blocks anything from going in there. Let's see if that comes off. Apparently that's to prevent you from plugging something in there. And we've got a switch up here that does something. I don't know what it does, and a diagnostic LED, and 2 more switches. And then we've got little buttons down here, as well as a power button if we want to test fire the system. All of that is in the upper right corner on this board. So you'll see it's kind of fancy.
Yeah.
Much more complicated than what I normally build. And so today I am not working in a hurry. I'm going to just slowly and methodically go through this piece by piece. And
savor the moment.
I'm absolutely going to savor this because a lot of times I build in a hurry because I'm live and I feel the pressure. And you know you can help yourself to a drink. I offered him a drink, guys. He turned it down. I'm not being rude. Well, I am, but that's not the point. Zerloff has contributed $5. He goes, I looked it up. There is M.2 text on that long thing you think is the M.2 is under. Okay. Chris Chase has contributed $5 as well. Yes, here we go. We just hit 1,000 people watching live. Welcome in. Where are you watching from? Well, give us a shout out from your country or your state or your region. Let me know where you're watching live from, if you would, please. I appreciate that very much.
On this Friday, where people are watching, it might already be Saturday, but you just don't know. I mean, most people, I would assume today would be Friday.
Yeah, I think Australia's quite a ways ahead of us. They're in the future a bit. Here we go. We've got Florida, Charlotte, North Carolina, Texas.
Since Carrie and I both are from Michigan, there better be some people from Michigan.
The UK, California, lots in the UK. And Denmark. Oh, there's Michigan in the house. And Sweden. And we see North Carolina again. Cork, Ireland. Wisconsin,
yeah.
More Michigan and Arkansas,
nice.
Rhode Island, and Oregon, as well as Ontario, Canada, and Georgia, Louisiana, Lithuania, Austria,
Romania.
And there is also South Carolina again. You can't leave out. And Finland, of course. We got to have Finland in there, and Saudi Arabia, Manitoba Island in Canada, Bulgaria, Tennessee, Marseille in France.
Somebody said Michigan.
And the texts are scrolling by. Tupelo, Mississippi. You know who's from Tupelo.
Elvis.
That's correct, sir. Croatia is in the house. Staten Island, as well as Bremen, Germany. And Bangladesh is in the house. Dublin, Ireland. Cheney, Washington. New Brunswick, we got New Jersey in the house. Kansas City, Missouri. Quebec. Serbia. South Dakota, New Zealand. More from the UK. Vermont, Toronto. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to have you here today, and I'm so glad you're... listen, this would be fun it was just by myself.
Yeah.
But to share it with 1,000 people is pretty cool,
Yeah.
right? I mean, to feel that energy is really cool, virtually.
And folks, we're going to get you plenty of close-ups, so don't worry.
Yeah, we're going to put Mitch to work
Mark,
with the new camera.
And we'll get you some beautiful
Speaking of which...
You really want to laugh. You folks, you got to watch Uncle Kerry attempt to open this oblique or oblong, this cube,
Pandora's box.
Pandora's cube.
All right, well, let me get my hammer.
Now, is this like the fourth or fifth one that you've probably opened?
You think that'll look good on me?
You don't have the figure for it. All right.
Round is a figure.
Okay. Steady now.
Did you
All
flinch?
Right. Yeah.
You don't want to know what happened to the guy that used to help me build. Let's just say I should be getting that stuff back from the police any day now.
8 fingers, Joe.
Once they're done with
Okay,
once they're done with their investigation, they said they're going to give me back the blades.
Yeah, I'm going to stand back. All right.
How do you like your eggs?
It is 2 pieces. That I remember watching in previous videos.
Yeah, but where they separate isn't
Yeah,
exactly obvious.
Did you cut this one as well? Or I don't know. I mean,
There's nothing to cut there.
Okay. Just seeing if you were paying,
That's why I'm the guy with the knife.
yeah, paying attention there.
Feels like it didn't cut all the way through. That felt a little better. So glad that they have hassle-free packaging.
And how are you doing, Jimmy?
Is there any reason they would make this childproof? Can I OD on too much frequency? What's the cure for that? Get him an ARM processor, quick!
Yeah, it either somehow slid or
This is the dumbest design
I've
I've
ever
ever seen.
seen.
Come on. Can we get the guy at Intel that made this and show me how to...
Hocus pocus.
How do you know which
Bow-legged
parts-
locust. Open Intellime says
3 hours and 45 minutes later, we're going to have the CPU installed. I just think I'm being too gentle on this tape. I think I really got to be a little more aggressive here with this. So he steps aside. Don't get in the line of fire. Don't want any collateral damage. Oh, look.
ah,
Ta-da!
all that
Just for that.
just for that.
Great. And this can go in the landfill. Wonder how much extra I paid for the CPU so I could fill up my landfill. Because, you know, it's plastic. I'm sure this will break down back into natural elements in about 1,500 years. So I like to leave something behind. Let people know I was here. I don't think any turtles are going to choke on it, though. That'd be the fastest turtle you've ever seen.
Just as tough getting it closed.
Well, it's got these little grooves that it lines up with.
There you go.
Yeah. Thanks, Intel. Well, after that, I need a break.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, I am curious to see whether the two slots are.
Now look, this is all Intel had to give us right here, right? Let me just bring this up close. This is what was in that cube. There's no reason they couldn't have just packaged it like this. There's no reason whatsoever. There's no added protection this needs. It's not particularly fragile. And if we get a focus on that, you can read that that's an i9 9900KS Special Edition, Limited Edition CPU.
Somebody had a great idea with a cube. Put a note in it and bury it.
Yeah, it'll still be there.
And 1,000 here.
All right, Mitchell, how about we get you armed with a camera? You remember how this comes off the tripod?
Close-ups.
There you go. And then we'll flip this switch this way, and that open that way. And then we're going to switch over to camera 2,
So take
or
your
what we're going to call camera Dave over here, and then camera Peter is the main camera.
So take your seasick pills. Okay.
Steady hands, Mitch,
Yeah,
steady hands. Hey, there's Mitch right there. Hi, Mitch.
I've got the hiccups. No, all right. Just
Okay, so come on over here, if you would. And let's take a look right down on the board there. Now, can you zoom in on that a little bit so they can read that?
Ooh, very nice.
Nice and steady there. Perfect. And I'm just going to grab this lever and slide it out, and we'll lift that lid up. And that's a very delicate socket under there. Now go ahead and stand back just a little bit, and you'll see now that I'm going to take the CPU out of its tomb. It's a nice little foam deal. There's your instructions. Probably a Go Faster sticker. Yeah, there's our Go Faster sticker on the back. And the rest of the box is just trash. I'm sure that'll decompose in maybe 1,200 years. Now this is the brains of the machine right here. This is the world's first 5 gigahertz on all 8 cores processor ever released to consumers. Open that up. Take that out. And that's going to go in with the writing. Well, you'll see there's a little golden triangle right there. You see that?
Yep.
And then On the socket, or somewhere on the board, there should also be a little triangle. I do see a little dot right there. What I tend to notice is the socket closes in the same direction as the text on the CPU. So I believe the CPU goes in with the text, in this case, facing sideways, and then the lid, you see the text on the lid is in the same orientation. That's how I know to put the CPU in this direction and not. It will only fit, it won't fit this way. It'll only fit because there's little cutouts. I don't know if you can see, there's a little notch right there. You see that?
I can now.
Yeah, there's another notch on the other side. And they're not in line. One's higher up than the other one. And that prevents it from being installed, but in one direction only. And so the way I'm going to do that is I'm just going to line 2 corners up very gently. And then I'm just going to rest the CPU down into the socket without any pressure, just kind of let it fall in there. And it is not in the socket. You can see on this side here, it's raised up a bit. So without pushing down on the CPU, I just want to lift it and slide it over so that it appears that all the corners, you see the corners? Mm-hmm. You zoom in on those corners a little bit more. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Still looks like it's a little off. Let me just, there it goes.
Yeah.
Now it's seated. But I did that by wiggling it around without putting any downward pressure on it. And I'm avoiding touching the top because if I get that top, like if I get oils from my skin on it and stuff, I'll have to get some rubbing alcohol and a Q-tip. If I want my thermal paste to work really well, it'll work better if that surface is contaminant free. With that being done, I'm going to go ahead and close this lid. And when I slide this lever closed, it's going to have a lot more pressure on it. It came up real easy, but I'm going to have to use a little muscle. And then that plastic protective cover should pop off all on its own. I'm going to put one hand right here on this to hold the board. And you'll see that did pop off. And we will save this because it's required if the board has to go back for any warranty work. You don't want to ship your board back to the manufacturer with RAM or a CPU installed. But you've got to protect those pins that are underneath it. They're very delicate. So the manufacturer, every manufacturer, requires that this piece is put back on, or they will void your warranty and say, too bad, so sad, buy another one. We'll be happy to sell you another one. So that's the CPU installed that easily, no differently than any other build we've done. If you look now, we have a couple of options on how we want to proceed. We can perhaps do our M.2 drive. We've got RAM to put in, and we can get the brackets for the liquid cooler installed now as well. So that'll be all part of this motherboard prep. And I think, because I'm mainly curious, what's underneath this piece right here? Oh, it does say M.2 right on it. Maybe that's what they were talking about. So let's pop that piece off. For that, I'm using this screwdriver here, which is in the my Amazon shop link below the video. You'll see the link to Amazon. This is a JIS screwdriver, a Japanese industrial standard screwdriver. It looks like a Phillips screwdriver, like any other, but it just fits better into these little screws. It just bites better. There's no slipping like there is with a Phillips #1. So we're going to take that screw out. You'll see this is a magnetized driver. There's a little blue on the end of that screw. That's called Loctite, and that's to keep the screws from vibrating loose and coming out. And we've got one more at the opposite corner right here. And we will lift that out. Right? And then this whole piece should lift straight up, and it's got some thermal tape under it for thermal transfer for M.2 drive here and an M.2 drive here. And we'll take the tape off of one side or the other, whichever one we use. Now, I don't know without looking at the manual if one M.2 drive is faster than the other one. So I think I need to do that right now. I'll tell you what, Mitch, let's have you put that cam back for a moment, and we can look this up and find out what is going on here. Let me switch over to camera 1. You're good, Mitch. You're off.
Close this.
Yeah, and then just set it lens first into that, and it should lock in automatically. Tilt it forward. There you go. Perfect, perfect. Okay, So let me just set this over here for a moment, because I think I'm going to be referring to this motherboard manual quite a bit. Oh, there's more stuff. There's Go Faster stickers. There's a coaster. I should probably use that under my drink. There's something for free. Enter your coupon, for custom cable mods. Might just take them up on that after this build. We got another Go Faster sticker in with the DVD driver. And keep going, more stuff. I didn't even realize this stuff was down there. That's what I'm looking for, the manual. You know I'm serious if I'm looking at a manual. Here, lift that up one more time. Put that in there. Thank you. We don't need this piece. We'll just put that over there. Okay, so what we want to know is if one of these M.2 slots is faster than the other one. I suspect they're equal, given that they look the same. However, I want to do this right the first time, and I'd rather take a few minutes now than a few more minutes to take it apart and fix it later. So let's take a look at what the manual says. It tells us what one of those switches is for. There's a reset button. All those buttons and switches are all described right up in the front of the manual here. We're only on page 1-8. In fact, all the information I'm looking for will be in what we call chapter 1 of the book, which is just this part of the book. Everything else, I don't think I need yet. Let's take a look. Switches and jumpers, onboard LEDs, hard drive LED, memory LED, Q code LED, internal connectors. There's the SATA. There's the audio front port, thermal sensors. There's a Generation 2 USB 3.1 Gen 2 panel connector. We're not going to be using that on this case. The USB 3.0 front panel, USB 2 headers. There's RGB headers as well, and fan and pump. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fan and pump headers on this board. That's a lot. M.2 sockets. Okay, so here's what it says on the M.2 sockets. It says M.2-1, and the 1 is closest to the edge of the board. Supports NVMe by 4. M.2 also, so neither one of these supports SATA. That's good, because I wouldn't want to use SATA on it. They're both the same. They're both equal. Good to know. Kind of curious about that one that says dim.
Now, in the motherboard box, do they include the little screw that we need to secure the NVMe?
Oh, aren't they on there already?
Or are they on there?
Oh, you're right. They're not on there.
They're not on there.
Okay, so we'll have to look in the box. Don't like it when they do that. Oh, they're calling it dim.2. That's the thing I was telling you about. That'll hold 2 more M.2 drives. But they still call it a dim.2. So that must be the dim.2 little thing I saw there. And,
Yeah.
and that prevents you from accidentally plugging a RAM module in it. That's why that piece doesn't come off.
Okay.
And this piece is designed to fit in with that piece. It's like it goes around it.
Ah.
So that's cool. That's what it appears to be. So I don't know. What do you think? Should I put the M.2 drive over here or over here?
I would do closest to the edge, but that's because I'm a big fan of the rock group. Yes, all right. Closer to the edge.
Okay, that's kind of where I was leaning as well. I don't know why, really, because the graphics card's going to go this way. and the heat pump's going to go this way. So we're really out of the heat in this area, regardless of which side. I think they're about 50-50 here. Let me look back in the box for a little. Oh, look, there's more plastic I missed. Wait, is there anything under? Aha! There's more stuff. There's like layers.
Yeah,
this is like a layer cake
Labyrinth.
here.
All right. Yeah.
So
okay.
let's see. We've got an M.2 standoff and screw in one bag, and an M.2 standoff and screw in the other bag. And then we've got the Asus Q connector, which I'm not going to use. More M.2 standoffs. In this bag is little rubber bumpers, I guess, to keep your, if you have a double-sided M.2 from grounding out. We don't need those, but I'm kind of curious. We have two different kinds of standoffs. There's a shallow kind. Let me show the audience. We have this. This is the normal M.2 standoff and screw. They're very tiny. And then this is a different standoff and screw for something else. Maybe it's for adding a Wi-Fi device or something. I don't know. It's already got built-in Wi-Fi, so that doesn't make sense. I do not know the answer to that. And at this time, I do not care. We can revisit that as needed. But I think I want to go ahead and plug, hold on a minute. Yeah, both of those can go back in there. And I'm going to use both of these and put them in so I don't have to find them in the future if I want to add another M.2 drive. The screw and standoff will be waiting for me. And I wish Asus would ship them that way. For whatever reason, they don't. All right, let's get your arm back up. Mitchell.
All right.
You're being awfully quiet.
I'm enjoying the build.
1,229 people are watching live. Welcome in, everybody. I'm so glad we're having a wonderful turnout. This is well deserving of 3,600 people live. Go tell your friends to get in here. You're missing out on something you're not going to find. Here, let me talk to Mitch. Hold on. Let's go to camera Dave here. You guys, you need to tell your friends to be watching this video. There's no other channel. There's no other YouTube channel that has this build. I think there's one other YouTube video in the entirety of YouTube. YouTube is the second most visited website on the internet that showcases a build with this case. And that build video is very short and not very detailed. So if you want to see something you're not going to see anywhere else, it's happening now live. Let your friends know, because this isn't going to happen very often, guys. I can tell you that. It's too expensive for this to happen. More so than it is right now. Okay, so that is our little M.2 standoff and screw. And if we look here on the board, along this area here, what I'm looking for is a position that's marked as 80 or 2280, which is probably, if I had to guess, well, that says 2280 right there. Yes. That says 2242, 2260, 2280. I'm a little concerned now, because this looks like it's going to go into the 60 position. This looks more like 110 from here to here. That doesn't seem like it's marked correctly. Let's take a look at this. Let's get this opened up, and let's get this drive out of here, and let's dry fit it and see. There's our gum stick drive right there. And I love these because you don't have any cabling to deal with. It's got power and data right into the socket. So if we were to place this in here like this, then yes, it appears that it's got to go all the way over here. But it only gives us one of those. So what happens if we wanted to put it over on this side? Same exact hole. Oh, that's very interesting. So how can you put two 2280s in at the same time? Can you stack them? I don't think you can.
Was that what that washer might have been for? 2 stack between the two?
You know, you could have a point there. I do not know. I've never seen. So keep in mind, I've been doing this for a long time. I've never seen this before. But we do know we want that middle position. That much I know. And thankfully, I'm only putting 1 in. If I was putting 2 in, I'm not sure what I would do. I'd have to read the manual, Mitch.
You know how to read? Okay.
Well, it's got pictures.
Okay.
It's a 5mm socket, so we're just going to tighten that down just like that. And then we decided we were putting it over here, right? You getting that?
I am now.
So I put this up on an angle a little bit like that. And then I kind of wiggle and push until those, you see the gold teeth on the end? I don't want to see those gold teeth. I want them to be in the socket. And it'll sort of, you'll feel it hit the back. And that lines us up right there. And then I can use one of those little screws that came with it right here. Nope, that's not the right screw. These little teeny tiny, look how tiny that is. Can you see how small that is?
I don't even see it on your hand. Oh, there you go.
Very easy to lose it in carpet, so we're just going to secure that down. Doesn't have to be overly tight, just snug it down.
And it's installed that
It's
easy.
happy, yeah.
2 terabytes.
And then this piece that we took off, this piece here, that went on like, how did that go? I think it went on like this. And so what I have to do is I'm going to take the tape off of this side.
You're sure?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. And then the 2 black screws that we took out. Same driver, same. Right? And then that one's going to go right in this corner. Just get it started, don't tighten it down. Same thing to the opposite corner. Now I can snug that one up. And then come back over here and snug this side up. There we go. And as for these remainder, the screw and standoff here, I'm not going to place them in the board, but to keep them from getting lost, I'll attach them together like that, and that'll go back into the motherboard box. So in the future, if I want to add another drive, I'll figure out how to do that at that point. But I don't have any desire to do that today. So we're good enough, though that's interesting, and I'll look into that to figure out if perhaps that's what those smaller standoffs are for, to stack. I don't know. It's weird. One of the things that that happens is people that work for companies as techs, they tend to know the company's computers and the company's policies and procedures very, very well, and are very good at what they do. But the minute you give them something different, they're completely lost. And I think a lot of people assume that if you're a technician, you should know every possible laptop, tablet, complete disassembly, how things go together. But you have to understand manufacturers all do things differently. And I'm most efficient, as anybody would be, when I'm using hardware I'm familiar with. I can rip through things very, very quickly. When it's new hardware, there's still things to be learned. There is no, I know everything. No, that person doesn't exist. And it requires time and research to educate yourself. And then people go, well, I thought this guy knew what he was doing. Well, again, just because a guy knows how to work on Mazdas doesn't mean he's going to be proficient at working on Porsches. Although, at the end of the day, they're very similar. There's enough discrepancy or differences between the two to cause a serious slowdown in the efficiency of work. I also want to point out that in this Samsung 970 EVO, or if you ever buy a Samsung M.2 drive, it's got this little, it's really well hidden. This piece of plastic separates out from like that. And inside is your instruction manual. So just be aware of that in case you want it, because it'd be very easy to just let that slip by unnoticed. You know, Mitch, I think I'm going to put this right over there.
3D, okay.
What do we do with the RAM? It's right here in front of my face. This is the GSkill. Let me get my old man glasses out of the shot. This is the GSkill Trident Royal, or Trident Z Royal RAM that's shipped in packaged like jewelry. You getting goosebumps, Mitch?
Ooh.
Is today your day?
Yeah. It's not even Friday the 13th. All right.
Microfiber cloth to
Cloth.
wipe off the fingerprints.
Wait till you take a look at this.
This RAM has plastic covering the fingerprint magnets. And there's a little lip on it here. There it is. And I can pull that plastic up. You want to avoid touching the gold edge, but you can hold it pretty much anywhere you want. Just avoid touching that gold edge. If you touch the gold edge by mistake, don't freak out. It's probably okay. Did I ruin it? I touched it. I don't know. Plug it in and see. I can't read your mind. People email me that all the time, by the way. Hey, I touched it. What's going to happen now? Well, let me check my crystal ball. My crystal ball's been out of order for a long time.
And cracked too. All right.
Yeah. So only this side opens. These little, you see here? See how these open? So we want to put them in the open position. This side over here does not open. And these often don't open because there may be a graphics card or something here that they would hit. But some motherboards, they do open on the other side. It varies from one board manufacturer model to another. This memory module will only line up one way. Do you see the notch in the memory? And there'll be a little notch in the socket there. If I turn this memory around the other way, I don't know how well you can get a close-up of that, but you can kind of tell already.
It wouldn't fit.
Can you see, can you zoom in on the very bottom of that module? So we're going to test Mitch's camera skills right now. Ooh, that's a nice shot. That looks like it lines up perfectly. Maybe I had it wrong the other way. Let me turn it around.
Ah, there I can see. Yeah. No notchy. All right. Yeah.
Okay, now do you see where the notches are no longer lining up? So if you put a lot of force down on this module to try and seat it, you're just going to end up breaking something. So nothing should require force. When it's installed in the proper orientation, it should slide easily into its track and lay gently into above the socket.
Okay.
With the notch in the memory module aligned with the notch in the socket. And if you pull back a bit, Mitch, you'll see I'm going to use my thumbs here, and I'm just going to push down one side, and if you listen, you'll hear it click. And we're going to repeat that now with the last remaining module.
And these are 16 gig.
Yeah, come walk around, take a look at that. And you'll see there's a little notch in the box here. Keep going right there. See that? I can get my finger right up in that little hole, like this, and then take the memory out. They made that well thought out. Notice that that notch only exists on one side. So if you're trying to take your memory out from the other side, you'll be like getting frustrated and angry because you're not using this little half moon cutout right up there. Okay. It's not on this side. See? Nothing on that side? Okay, we're good. I think I've emphasized that more than enough. Again, I've got plastic to remove here. If I don't remove the plastic, it won't hurt anything, but it isn't going to look pretty. As I mentioned, the plastic will yellow. And it's on both sides. I know there's a pull tab, I can't see it. This plastic is so clear in the mirror finish, even it's hard for the camera to pick it up. I'm trying to find an angle where you guys can really see it better. And following the same orientation, we'll go back to the board and align it gently into the little groove. Don't use any force. The force may be with you, keep it with you, okay? So that's lined up, and now I'm going to push down on one corner and then the other corner. And that is our memory installed. Let's give it a little swivel.
Very nice.
So that's where we're at so far. This microfiber cloth, obviously, to wipe off fingerprints from your RAM. And then we have a Go Faster sticker from GSkill to go along with the Go Faster sticker from Asus and the Go Faster sticker from Intel. Maybe I should give a little nod of thank you to Samsung for not including a Go Faster sticker with their M.2 drive. It's going to look like a NASCAR with all these stickers on it. And now we can start to open the liquid cooler box and start planning out the back plate. Because as I mentioned, if you look, pan over here to the case, Mitch, this motherboard it mounts to the other side of this piece of metal. See, we're going to mount to this side, so there cannot be a cutout here to work on the back plate like you will traditionally see with most frame-based computer cases. Because this computer case is sort of a unibody, it simplifies its construction. It's certainly more solid than any other case I've ever touched. And as such, we've got to think ahead with regards to placing that back plate on now before we install the board. So let's get you to, we'll get that camera set back down, and we'll get back over to camera Peter, which is right here. There you go, Mitch. You're free. You're free. Okay. Thank you, Mitch.
My arms are killing me. All right. Did you want the Kraken?
Yes,
Or you-
please.
yeah.
I'm just going to move some of this. These are boxes we don't need. I'll put them over here where Lyle can eat them when he's ready. He likes to eat boxes. What do you want? I think I'll just throw this stuff in the box over here. Keep it out of the way. Oh yeah, that too, thank you. It's kind of heavy.
Yeah. For so tiny of a board.
Release the Kraken!
3D.
This is where things start to get interesting.
Now, what does something like this go for?
About $145, but this is a 280 millimeter, which is a bit large. I think most of the time when people are ordering a liquid cooler, I think the 240 millimeter. A lot of people are only going to see three sizes, small, medium, and large. You're going to go from 140 to 280 to 360. I'm sorry, 140 to 240 to 380. But do know there's a 240 and there's a 280. And that represents the length in millimeters of the radiator. So 280 millimeters in length versus 240 millimeters in length makes it quite a lot more surface area. And you know, if you're looking for something to be ultra cool, you want the biggest radiator that your case can hold. This case right here originally was not designed for a liquid cooler. And through the creator's genius, creativity, and imagination, found a solution that I just can't wait to get it all together, because it's just, like, it was awesome before that, but now it's like over the top. Documentation. Inside this box, it's like a big egg crate right in there. We'll just slide it out. Make sure you're in the right side up, otherwise it'll just spill out onto the floor, and that's a lot of money to spill out onto the floor. In this box is everything we need to mount the radiator. I'm going to leave the radiator in here because we don't need it yet, including these very large, look how big these fans are. So that's two 140 millimeter fans. That's how you get, if you add that up, you get to 280. And if you had two 120 millimeter fans, you'd be at 240. That's right, Mitch, very well, gold star. We've got some cables, we don't have to worry about that. This is the part I'm looking for. This is the back plate and mounting hardware. Everything else we'll just keep in here for now.
Yes. Well, Justin, Mitch is the eye in the sky. Love the shirt. Well, I'm very excited to go see Mr. Alan Parsons here tonight in Phoenix, Arizona, at a place called the Celebrity Theater. It's actually in the round, but I've got a very good...
in the round means this, in Phoenix, the Celebrity Theater, that wasn't owned by Stevie Nicks' parents, right? That was Compton Terrace.
Right. I think,
Stevie Nicks is from Phoenix. She's the lead singer from Fleetwood Mac. Right. But Celebrity Theater is a round theater with a rotating stage with seats all around. So when he says it's in the round, for those of you who don't know what that means,
the stage is in the center.
The stage rotates.
Spins, and then there isn't a seat. Even the furthest seat is only 75 feet away.
Yeah, every
from
seat's good.
Is good.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and sometimes they close half of it down, like if it's somebody who doesn't quite sell it out, and then the stage will just rotate halfway, back and forth.
And I would say Alan Parsons probably
how old is he?
He's 72, and probably his biggest hit song is "Games People Play."
No way.
That was probably
way. Eye in the Sky.
That and the basketball song. Yeah.
Well, Phoenix Suns. There's an instrumental called "Sirius" that starts before "Eye in the Sky." Back when they used to have intros to songs, and then he's also got "Psychobabble." I love the lyrics to "Psychobabble." Yeah. And
there's a ballad called "Time."
Time's a very slow. So it reminds me of "Time" by Chicago. Does anybody know what time it is? Yeah. Kind of is the same thing. Or Asia's got a song slow like that too, about time. Yeah. All three of those songs seem to fit together well, in my opinion. And then, Games People Play. Was that Asia?
That was Alan Parsons. Yeah.
Wait, what's the one with Asia I'm thinking of about time?
I forget. Somebody in Chattel now.
Now that all of the children have grown up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Nobody wants to hear me sing.
Yeah.
Copyright violation.
Of my ears. Okay. Yeah.
That's
and
just
for you fans, Alan Parsons does have a Blu-ray disc of him in concert, live in Columbia with a 70-piece orchestra and probably about a 50-person choir, along with Alan's band that is in 7.1 surround sound. I recommend it highly, and it's.
He sings a song, or they sing a song, because he had different singers. It was a project,
correct, yeah.
Right? So he had different people in the studio. One's called "I Wouldn't Want to Be Like You," and I think if you hear it, you'll recognize it.
Yeah.
And there's another one called something like "Go Ahead, Give Me the Silent Treatment." It's
Silence and I. That was another one.
Well, he's got one called "I, Robot," which was
instrumental. Yeah.
But this one was the singer's basically telling his girlfriend, "Go ahead and don't talk to me." That means you win.
That was the name of the song. Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me. Yeah, that's a catchy song, and it's like go ahead, and that's how you win by not talking to me. I like the message of the song, and it's got a catchy.
And because you said that he used certain lead singers for depending on the song, the former lead singer of the band Ambrosia, a guy by the name of David Pack, also sings on.
Yeah, so when you
some
see him in
sort
concert tonight, numerous band members take turns
of
singing.
singing, correct?
Including he sings "Eye on the Sky," which is one
Yeah.
of the big ones. So he also sings,
Yeah.
but he doesn't always have to have center stage.
Right, big, enormous man, about 6'5" or 6,
And about
huge.
320 pounds,
Yeah,
I bet.
very
He's a big, heavy
big
dude. And he looks exactly the same.
same. Has
If
a,
you look at his picture from 1974 and look at him today, same haircut, same beard,
yeah,
same
hasn't
like
changed
Jeff
much.
Lynne at ELO.
Right.
And these guys, both him and Jeff Lynne, have also produced a number of albums for other bands.
Oh, yeah,
that were
yeah.
very popular. So very much a musician's musician and very much considered yacht rock.
He was one of the producers of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon.
Jeff Lynne?
No, Alan Parsons, yeah.
I thought Jeff Lynne did one too. I know Jeff Lynne's worked a lot with Beatles as well.
Yeah, Traveling Wilburys.
And that
That.
is, yeah, of course,
Yeah, of course,
George
yeah.
Harrison and Tom Petty.
Yeah.
So, okay, that was your old man rocks talk. What?
Now back to the build.
And now, as soon as I tell these kids to get off my lawn, we'll get back to the build. Whatever music you're listening to or you listen to growing up, it tends to stay with you
Yes.
for life. It brings back the memories of when you were that age, of when those songs were popular. And so I think it's just human nature for every generation to have their music and to always, no one will ever take that from you. It's something that defines who you are. And if you don't get it, if it's not your era, you have your era, you know? But be that as it may, I want to put this back plate on right now. This is a plastic back plate. You know, I talk about the side Mugen 5 and how it's got that thick metal back plate. Now, I've never had one of these break or crack, but, you know, we did have that fitment issue one time with a machine that was sent for me for repair that had a Corsair cooler on it that had one of these plastic back plates, and the water pump wouldn't sit flush on the CPU, and you couldn't tell by looking at it. You just knew that CPU temperatures were running way too hot. And then when I pulled it off and looked, I could see the thermal paste was untouched in certain areas. And that, I believe, was because the wrong mounting hardware was used, or that there was too much flexibility in the plastic.
Okay.
I don't know which it was, but had it not been plastic, I don't think he would have been able to reuse it if it was reused, which I don't know. All I know is plastic is definitely more flexible and is not going to have the lifespan of a solid piece of metal. And it's going to take a lot of pressure when we put the standoffs on it and tighten the water block to the top of the CPU internal heat spreader, or IHS. That's going to be constant amount of pressure on that forever. And over time, in a very dry, non-humid, and hot climate like Arizona, plastic tends to get brittle over time and start to crack. I suspect the water pump will probably die before that happens, but I do wish this was metal. You know, for $145, they made the top of it metal. Like, this is the top you put on for like an AMD processor here. And I think this is the top we use. Looks like they might have changed the design here on the Kraken, where we have to put one of these tops on. One's an Intel top and one's an AMD top. And we don't need to go Intel or AMD. We don't have to pick sides on this. Each one is good in its own way. Each one has its pros and each one has its cons. So I went with the Intel build because it's exclusive. The chip is exclusive. AMD came out with their 50th anniversary chip, but they didn't do anything to it. They like made the box gold, and they put a copy of the CEO's signature on the top of the chip that you cover up with thermal paste so you can't see it. That's all they did. And you can still buy that 50th anniversary AMD chip today for the same price. It's supply and demand. Nobody wants it. At least with Intel, you know, they've made a chip here that runs 5 gigahertz on all 8 cores. And this differentiates it from a 9900K, which only runs at 5 gigahertz, probably 1 core at a time, I'm guessing, or a minimum of 1 core. Okay. So they have to bin these. They have to check each one to determine which ones can handle 5 gigahertz in each core. And if you're an overclocker, that means this is a more overclockable chip than a standard 9900K. There's something called a silicon lottery, which is all these chips come off the assembly line, and they're all a little different. Believe it or not, they're all a little different. You may get one that can overclock incredibly well, or you may get one that doesn't overclock well at all. So if you get a 9900KS, you already know you're dealing with the higher end or the bend version of the silicon that is more capable of handling higher frequencies. For those of you interested in that, that's just a little bit of info for you.
So our viewers are probably going to want close-ups of you mounting that bracket.
How dare you? I would never mount a... Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Get your mind out of the gutter. Mine's already in there. Okay.
There's only room for one of us down here. This gutter ain't big enough for the both of us.
Is it you
You push down the little lever and
down.
then slide the other lever, and that lever you push down, you let go, and it holds the sliding levers to prevent it from swinging back. Then when you seat that camera back down into that tripod head, it pushes down and releases the lever and locks automatically. People are like, what's he talking about? We're talking about some fancy high-end equipment.
here, folks.
Oh, let me show people the light. One of my viewers sent me this light. I don't know who sent it. Can you just point the camera right down here real quick? Right here? Oh, yeah, you are pointing it. I haven't turned your camera on. Duh. Hold on a minute. Here we go. This light is so much better than what I had.
Beautiful.
And it's 66 LEDs or something, or it's a lot. If I plug this in, let's see if I can plug it in without blowing a circuit breaker here. And we'll flip it on, and it'll blind you in real life. But cameras require a lot of light. Oh, geez. Yeah, that is, and I can adjust it. There's some knobs back here. If you look back here, see these knobs back here? And I can adjust how bright and the color tone. So it can be more blue or more yellow. As I bring this down, oh, it's blinding me. See, it's a little more yellow now. And then I can control how dim.
Bright light, bright light.
Yeah, so when it gets dark, you know.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, so I don't know who sent it. It didn't have any sort of,
So if you're watching,
yeah, if you sent
Thank
this,
you,
it's
thank
going to be
you.
like 15 people saying, yeah, I sent it.
it's-
So far, nobody's taken credit for it. But whoever it was, it's on my production equipment wish list. And I just found out they make one about this big. It's like $180. And so with some of the contributions I received, I went ahead and ordered one last night because even this one's too small. I need a much bigger one. And now I see spots. It's so bright, it hurts. What color are your spots, Mitch? I have purple ones.
polka dots.
Bright.
All right, mounting bracket time, folks.
We have 1,344 people watching in the live stream, which is perfect. Thank you guys so much for watching this video today, because there's a number of people who have contributed to this build several years ago. And I don't have their names in front of me right now, but I will give everybody the promised credit. I will list their names in the video notes. And if you're somebody who did contribute and your name is not in that list, please let me know, and I will verify that and make sure that you're included as promised. I am a man of my word. I could be a complete idiot, but I'm a man of my word. That much I think we can all agree on. Now, when it comes to putting this bracket on, we're going to use this bracket right here. And you can see these are the parts that we got with the cooler. And then there's these two pieces that go over the block. This one's for AMD right here, and this one's for Intel. So we don't need this one. Here, these are all the screws and washers for mounting the fans to the radiator and the radiator to the case. We will use these a little bit later. We'll set it aside. These are the standoffs and the thumb screws, and we are going to need these right now. And these are standoffs and screws for, well, it tells you right on the bag, socket AM4. Can you zoom in on that, Mitch? So we're not using AMD, we're not using these standoffs. So these two things, these two go together. We're not using those at all. This we're going to use later, this we're going to use later, and this we're going to use right now. You know, we're doing pretty good, an hour and 15, and we're getting work done. It's not so much Abbott and Costello like it usually is.
I'm just so excited to get the motherboard in this beautiful case.
Right? We're so close. So close. So I'm going to just put these, we're going to need those a bit later. Those can go over here. And then we've got a couple different kinds of standoffs. If you look, can you zoom in on those? You'll notice if you look at the end, notice how those have little short stubby ends and these have longer ends. You see that?
Yep.
Okay, and what that's telling us is these are used on Intel socket 2011, which is like X99, X299. We're not going to use those, so I'm going to put those back in the bag. And we're not going to use the AMD stuff, so that'll go back in the bag as well. You'll notice there's no thermal compound, and that's because thermal compound is already attached. Whew, that was a little too close, Mitch. That even hurt my eyes looking at me that close. So thermal compound is already attached to the bottom of the water block. We don't have to apply anything. We just seat it down and lock it down when the time comes. So this piece here is going to go onto the back of the board. If we look back here, we can put this on. We want to put it on lengthwise. We don't want to put it on where you see this plastic is going to run on top of the, see this metal frame? This is the back of the CPU socket. And if we put it on this way, it's not going to be able to sit flush with the board. So we want to get around it. And it doesn't really matter if we go 180 degrees. That doesn't matter. Either way is fine. Does that say anything right there? Let me get closer. That is some fine print. I guess it's just a part number. And you'll see, if I just kind of set this down, you'll see that these move. You see that? And that's to fit different socket types. I think they have to all be on the inside. And you see the little holes in the motherboard? This should just align and fit into those holes. And if it doesn't, then I'll have to adjust differently, but I think they all go on the inside for socket 1151. It even seems a little tight going that way. Can you come down onto the edge, like bring the camera down? There you go.
Sound effects.
See, now you know what it's like to be as tall as me. I did say as tall as. So it's just a little off. It's like it just needs to. See that? Mm-hmm. And then go ahead and raise back up and we can show people how that's...
I can't get up.
You can't get up? I've fallen and I can't get up. How old did you say you were?
Yeah.
Just,
So now is that flush?
Swing your foot.
Yeah, so that's flush now.
That's completely flush, and I'm going to hold it that way with a couple fingers, and I want to grab the I/O port here. I don't want to touch any of the components on the board.
Okay.
And I'm just going to hold that, let it rest on my fingers that way. And now these standoffs that we've got left over, they're the same on either side, so it doesn't matter which side you plug in or screw in. And I'm going to just tighten those by hand, like so. I really should read the instructions, but I remember this is how I did it last time, so I think I'm okay.
Opposite corners.
I feel confident.
Yeah.
Once again, it'd probably be a little easier if the RAM wasn't in my way. Could have installed that a bit later, but if you watch the previous video attempt of building this computer with an X99 board, and I was putting that little liquid cooler on, and the RAM was really in my way. Now, I really don't need to hold this back with my hand anymore. With these two standoffs in,
Secure.
it's already going to hold that plastic in there for me. And then I can just tighten these down. And that you just bring down till it just won't turn anymore. You don't see me struggling and forcing it. And you come in maybe more of an angle this way. People can get a better look at what I'm doing here. Get that zoom button. More zoom. I need more zoom.
Not cowbell, zoom. All right.
That's good, Mitch. Somebody needs a manicure.
So just finger tight on all four of those.
That's it. All the way around, I'm checking all four.
Okay.
That's good enough. And you'll see that's exactly the way we've left it. And that won't go anywhere now.
Right.
Now we're ready to install the motherboard into...
Can I just take a little break? My arms are killing me. All right, now.
Yeah, we need to go back to camera Peter. You can put down camera Dave. And give me 1 second. There we go. I want to shout out a couple of folks who've contributed while I have not been paying attention. So thank you to Samuel Ramos, who's contributed $5. Alan Maybrier has contributed $2. He says, hello, everyone. Happy Friday. Tony Wallow has contributed $4.99. Justin Havu has contributed $5 and said, Mitch is the eye in the sky. That's true. From my perspective, he is. Love the shirt. Also, a new version of Mr. Mister's Pull dropped today with 3 more tracks. I never heard the song Pull. I only know, Is It Love and Kiri?
Yeah. Car-ey-lyst. And here's a little side note, chat. You want to know what city the band Mr. Mister's from?
This is from the Twin Cities?
Right here, Phoenix, Arizona.
I didn't know. I know the Tubes are from Phoenix.
Yeah. Phoenix, Arizona.
And the Gin Blossoms, Tempe, college band. Rochester, New York, 87, contributed $10. He goes, Carrie, the shorter M.2 standoff is for the DIM.2. One side is not pre-installed. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'd use the DIM.2 for your NVMe drive. It stays much cooler and it is the same speed. Well, you know, I think I will revisit that for the sake that I've never seen anything like that. I'm not aware of any other motherboard manufacturer offering anything like that. But I was also thinking of adding a second Samsung 970 Pro, 970 Evo Plus, and putting it in the M.2 DIM2 socket because they're supposed to not share bandwidth, and then put that in a RAID 0.
Nice.
And find out what happens then. Because I think if you add a third or a fourth, they start sharing bandwidth.
Ah.
But if you add the third and fourth as a RAID 1 and keep the other two as a RAID 0, then in theory, you get a mirrored image running at the same speed as the RAID 0.
Okay.
But I don't think the RAID 0 goes any faster. I think it goes slower when you go to 3 or 4. But I have to test it to make sure. But thank you for that information. Gary Tatum has contributed $10 and says, great job, Mitch, with the eye in the sky. Mike Yazzie has contributed $5. Justin Havu has also contributed $5. Says, dig the Alan Parsons Project shirt, Mitch. Also, did you ever get Toto's All-In box set? The remastered albums sound phenomenal.
Of course.
Mitch was probably
their
in the recording studio when they were doing it.
Their biggest fan, and I'm disappointed they retired, but it's not officially retired, but they're...
Stalker.
Yeah.
Irving T's contributed €2. Irving watches us from Marseille. Am I saying it right? Marseille?
Yeah, that sounds right.
France. It's France? Is it? Am I saying that right?
Marseille, yeah.
France. Andrew Brockington contributed $5. Monty Wells contributed $5. He says, hey, I'm here, guys. Love the case. Hi, chat, and hi, Kerry and Mitch. Justin, again, contributed $5. Justin Havu. Mitch, did you get Toto's All-In box set? Oh, I guess he was trying to get our attention. Oh. Chris Chase contributed $5. Zerloth contributed $5. Says, I looked it up. There's an M.2 text on that long thing. You think the M.2 is under. Okay, I think I read that one.
Yeah.
Wilhelm Gordon has contributed $10. Rick Lakes has contributed $10. Steve Warrington has contributed $2. David Williams, look at these contributions. They're fantastic. Contributed $15. He said, I'd send more, but your PayPal link is not showing up in the description. Uh-oh, I fixed that. Mark Ostrucka has contributed $20. Did I chop that up? Mark Ostrucka. I think I said it right. Jeremy Kramer contributed $10. And I've already mentioned these others, but I'll just shout them out. Colin Hunt, 5 pounds. Michael Nielsen with that wonderful 200 Danish krona contribution. 200 Danish krona is like, what is that, 70, 60, 70 bucks? 200 DKK to USD equals, $29.69. Still,
Hey now.
that's,
Yeah.
I'm not complaining. That's fantastic. Thank you. And then, of course, there is $5 from Hugh Wong, $9.99 from Cosmo. David Griswold contributed $5. Brendan Looney contributed 2 pounds, and Tony Wello, our first contributor today, at $4.99. Tony also sent an Amazon gift card, which was very kind of Tony to do that. Thank you, of course, as always. David Newby just contributed 5 pounds, says buy the pooches a cookie and have a Coke. And ANSPC Repair contributed $1.99 and said thanks for answering my NAS question yesterday. Eris Veresis has contributed £2.50.
And I think you're all caught up.
Am I caught up? Did I get them all? Rick Hubbard has contributed 3 pounds, and Jerry Watson has contributed $5.
And
Jerry says, good show, Mitch and Carrie.
And while we're taking a little break,
Yes, you want something to drink?
I'll grab a Coke, but how about showing the kids a 90-second clip?
Oh, let's talk about that for a minute. A little,
Okay.
little plug for Mitch.
Little plug.
Set us up for your plug. I feel like a talk show host.
As a lot of the chat knows, I do stand-up comedy as well as I'm an actor. And over in Los Angeles, there was what was known as the 90-second film festival, where you had to submit a monologue.
You had to?
Yeah. Well, you didn't have to, but you had to submit a monologue that could be no shorter than 60 seconds, but no longer than 90 seconds. And this year there were 70 submissions, and I decided to submit one, and I shot it here in Phoenix, Arizona. And
What's the point of it?
I think it was just a contest. I mean,
For what?
The winner, for just terms of acting. So it was.
So they're judging acting ability.
Acting ability.
So you're stepping out of comedy and into acting. Well, you've done some acting already.
Yeah, and it.
What have we known you from? What have we seen you in?
You're gonna put me on the spot.
Of course I'm gonna
my
put you-
biggest my biggest credit is I was in a vitamin water commercial where when I did have my long hair, I played the owner of a drum shop, and
Stereotype.
that was fun. And so again, the contest was called the 1 minute monologue contest. Monologue meaning most of the minute had to be on you as the actor, but I wanted to create kind of a little mini movie for 90 seconds. So what I'm going to show you here is it took about 2 separate days of filming, and I'll have Carrie run it for you. Very dramatic.
Son, you want to come down from there?
Five years ago, I was in a horrific car crash. And the only woman I ever loved, my fiance, died in my arms waiting for the ambulance. And I've been alone ever since. But I've carried that sack far enough. And I'd like to set it down and get on with the rest of my life. So Aaron, my love, if I could change places with you, I would. But I can't. If I could kill that drunk driver who took you away from me, I would. But he died too. You'll always be a part of me. both here and here.
Well, there he is.
Thank you. Not to bring the chat down, but
Oscar.
Thank you. You like me. You really, really like me.
I can't tell if that's supposed to be Jim Carrey or Sally Field. Okay, I'm gonna have to readjust the camera now because I look really short. You know, you were just standing here.
Okay.
Stand here again, perfectly framed. I step in.
Pardon my build. Okay.
Damn genetics. Damn superior genes.
And guys and gals, some of you may notice that was actually shot in what we call magic hour, which isn't really an hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. In the wintertime, you literally only have 20 minutes from 4:55 till 5:15 where the sun is setting to get that $1 million look. So I really only had about 3 takes that I could do, and by then the sun was gone. And
Now
so,
you said you had a song that makes you cry.
I did. I've told Carrie I have 1 or 2 songs that can
Keep them on your cell phone.
that can put me in the mood to
Make you emotional.
to cry.
Yeah.
And I did not have them loaded on my phone.
Is it by Toto? Is it a
And
song
so
by
no,
Toto?
and so when we got to this very remote location, and the director said, you know, about 4 minutes before we're going to start, I said I will just play this song, 30 seconds of the song to get in the mood. And to my horror, I looked at my phone, and there was no cell signal.
And you didn't download the song.
And I did
offline.
not download the song.
And they said, action!
So
that'll make you cry.
that was really acting. Yeah, that made me cry. Going, you know, I should have had it on my
Whoopsie.
phone, but
Well, it's not like you didn't know for weeks this was going to be scheduled
Right,
and it would be in a
right.
remote location.
so
Yeah.
yeah. And again, that magic hour is why it looks so beautiful.
There's like a drone shot in there.
There's a drone shot.
The guy like rented a special camera lens.
Yeah, the lens he rented, the lens alone's $30,000. So it.
Going to take a lot more Amazon contributions.
Last Saturday, I did go to the competition where there was a party, and then people. I did not win, but people did come up to me and compliment me,
ripped off
said
and
that you got gypped, or that yours certainly looked like a feature film compared to the other winners. But
They might have had too many entries.
70 is a bit much.
Yeah, and then if you're looking at like 50 entries and yours is for whatever reason like number 69 in the list of watching, by that time they're so burned out. They're
Yeah.
just like, get this over
Yeah.
with.
And
if
that's
you'd have aired earlier,
Yeah.
you probably would have done better. But it's not like you can't reuse that again. And
I'm again, like I told the people that came up to me, I'm very proud of the clip, and I will put it on IMDb. My name, Mitch Morrison. You'll see other clips that are on there. So, and I've already written a comedic one. Next year, I'm going to submit 2 clips, and so I've already written the comedic one, and then I'll have to write another dramatic one. So I'll have 2 chances next year.
Nice.
So yeah,
Nice.
It was good time. Good to be back in LA. I saw my old acting coach, who I studied with for about 18 months, and so it was great.
was he good? Was he glad to see you, or was that just an act?
No, he was glad to see me. No, he was really acting, but he again was blown away. He's like, this looks just like a feature film, because some people shot on their little clips on cell phones with bad sound and things, and so he's like, yeah, you really.
But ultimately, they
showed
weren't
the
really
better.
looking for that anyway. They were looking
for
the
just
acting,
pure the acting,
not
so.
the scenery. Or
And I will be
audio.
honest, of the 70 clips that I did view, I would say 6. There were 3 that were laugh out loud funny. I mean, howling funny.
Because they were bad? I mean,
No,
they're
because
supposed
they were
to be funny?
because they were supposed to be funny,
Okay.
the comedy, and then 3 kind of dramatic ones that were not as dramatic as mine, but still.
I don't know if I could deal with the
so.
rejection of being an actor and going to audition after audition after audition after audition after audition, and you have to keep doing it until somebody finally says, "You're the guy we're looking for," and you end up, selling vitamin water.
Steve
But-
says, was that based on a true story? And quickly, I will tell you, Steve, that that monologue in my acting class here in Phoenix every Monday night. There was a little gal about 20 years old that was telling the acting teacher she was having difficulty with the emotion of sadness. So then I raised my hand and said, well, do you mind, can I go up front? And the teacher said, fine. And so I told the little girl, the reason
20 years old.
The reason that you're having difficulty with sadness is because you don't know what real sadness is.
You haven't experienced any real loss.
So I'm going to tell you a story. I delivered that monologue to a room of about 20 people. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. Even she was crying. And I looked her in the eye and I said, now that story I just told you, did you believe me? And she said, yes. And I said, well, then that's good acting, because that story I told you was 100% baloney. And she's like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, well, that's what actors do. You take the writer's words and make them your own. And so the acting teacher, even he thought, he's like, I thought that actually happened to you. And so I said, no, that's good acting. So enough about that.
I do my best acting when I'm
Yeah.
on the phone with a scammer.
There you go. All right. Enough about that. We got to get back to the build. So you've got the bracket mounted. What's next on the agenda?
Well, I think we have to open this case. I think it's time to crack open.
Okay.
So we just turn this key, and it just opens. And you see I got an autograph from the creator, from John Xynos on inside.
Isn't that nice?
Look at that. It's heavy. It's a nice little heavy. Don't drop this on your toe. Whatever you do.
Yeah. Very nice. Where should we set this?
I was passing that off to you. Here, I'll tell you what. Let me take it, because we don't need that for a while. I'm gonna place it on a chair over here so it's not gonna get stepped on, or the dogs won't knock it over. Now you'll see we have a pretty tight space to work within here. There's our front port USB 3.0. There's a SATA connector already ready for the front Blu-ray drive up here. Let's see through. These are the two fan power headers to turn these two fans on. And let's see, what else do we have? We have a hard drive LED here. Excuse me. Ooh.
Take two. All right.
Yeah. Call me in the morning. And this switch is the touch capacitive Stargate logo power button. You just place your finger on it. It's touch capacitive. It doesn't actually move. See it?
Very nice.
Go ahead. I know you want to touch it.
No, sound effects. Oh, yeah.
This anodized case no longer is conductive. Once it's anodized,
Okay.
there would be no way possible for you to feel a static shock.
Right.
Just saying. This monitor, this is just a USB connected monitor. Somewhere in here should be a cable for it. Where is it? Might be in a bag of parts I've got. I've got a little dust in here I want to blow out of here before we get any close-ups.
Now, was your idea to mount the radiator to the motherboard first, or put the motherboard in?
I want to put the motherboard in first.
First.
I just want to get some of this out of here. You know, I've had this case sitting around for nearly 4 years. And unfortunately, it's got a little dust in there. So I was trying to clean it up before we began, but I didn't want to cheat. You know, I didn't want to prep too much. Just trying to figure out, where does this go to? This must power one of the screens, I'm guessing. Very interesting design here. And then there's a Molex connector in here for powering the Blu-ray drive, because it's got a real sharp angle to get that power connector on in there. But I believe the 7-inch screen here, I believe, is just USB. I think you just plug it in and it just loads and it's ready to go, just like any other second monitor. I don't think you have to do anything special with it. This, yeah, there's a USB cable that plugs into the back of it. I see that now. And then there's also a serial port cable for powering. It looks like sending data to the 4-line liquid crystal display here.
Now, will this be safe to set on its back for when you put in the motherboard, or do we want a towel, or I mean, just you would hate to have anything.
That's true. You know,
happen
I'm
to
glad
that.
you said that,
Yeah.
because normally I would just lay it flat, but that is an expensive case. And I would hate to just be lazy and then scratch it or scuff it. So let me grab a towel. And we'll just lay a towel down right onto the Lazy Susan.
Bend with the knees. All right. Okay.
Bend with the neck.
Okay.
There we go. Good thinking. Go ahead and lay it flat,
Yeah.
if you would.
And then when you're ready, I'll get on the.
And you'll see the
Second
feet here,
camera.
Mitch. These
Yeah.
feet you can raise and lower.
Oh, very nice,
Just
yeah.
like a washing machine. And
Which helps if you happen to put this on the floor with
on an
carpeting.
unlevel surface, yeah.
Yeah.
What the heck is that? It must be like an LED right up here. I never noticed that before. And then the 2 USBs are right here on the side.
Okay.
I mean, the level of detail, I'm so impressed with how this is engineered. It's clearly designed specifically for exactly what components are in it. So I understand when he mentioned his challenge in making the modifications for allowing the liquid cooler, how much of a challenge that really must have been. It's easy to go, yeah, that's interesting. And then you see it and you go, oh, that must have been quite complicated. Okay. Now, to set this in here, I've already got the screws. I saved the screws in the standoff. So if you would hand me my electric driver, I'm just going to take those screws out because we're going to need them here in just a moment.
Did you want to go to the second camera to show the
I
people?
will in just a minute. I just want to take
Take those out.
We'll just take these out. I don't think I need this one all the way over here, but I'll take it out just in case. Oh, it seems like it's not sticking with my magnet. Can I see the magnet thing? Yeah, thank you. So this allows me to magnetize the driver if it gets weak. That's about all it should take. Keep your jokes to yourself. Grow up.
They were spinning, but
No, you know he must have aluminum screws. Aluminum
Oh,
doesn't stick to magnets. Okay. So these are, geez, how many screws were there? I didn't expect there to be that many. This case is going to need this motherboard is going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we've got 3, 6, 8. So we've got 2 more than we need. And what I'll probably do is put those back into those standoffs if it's not going to touch the motherboard, so I don't lose those. They're unique to this case.
okay.
So let's go ahead and put Mitch back to work, where your height will work for me instead of against me. And we'll switch back over to Camera Dave. Moving over to Camera Dave. There we go. So when we talked to John yesterday, he talked about the challenge of when this case gets anodized, it no longer becomes conductive, but you need to have grounding points on the motherboard. So these are inserts. You see right here? There's little, where it's silver, that actually gets pressed in. Zoom in on that. Yeah, those are inserts, just like an engine might have an insert to, keep the piston rings smaller. or the cylinder smaller. So that gets pressed in, and that gives you back your ground because they bite into the metal when they get pressed in. And you'll see the standoffs don't come out. You see that's molded into the case. See that? These little molehills. And we're going to grab the motherboard right now, and I'm going to just set it right in here, very gently. You've got to be careful of all those cables. It's pretty easy to get snagged up on some things. Notice I hold the motherboard by the edges. I want these cables out of the way. It is going to be a tight fit. This I/O shield and everything is all part of the back, so it should just line right up without any effort. And you'll see we're hitting, right here there's a standoff where there's no screw. But that shouldn't be a problem because that's non-conductive, but I definitely don't want to put the screw back in it. And where's the other one that I'm missing? Because I said I had 2 extra, right? So where's the other one? That's 1. 1, 2, 3. Is there one in the middle I'm missing? Yeah, there is. Oh, it's right there. No? Wait a minute. Did I count wrong? Let me count them again. Hold on, I'm confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so there is just one left over, and it's that one right there. For some reason, apparently there are some boards that are just a little bit larger that still fit the M.2 standard, micro ATX standard. So that's okay. In fact, I think probably the X99 board I originally put in here, the micro ATX X99, I think used all the screws if I recall correctly. But that's the easiest install ever. Come around here, Mitch, and take a look at the way that I/O shield lines up with the back. And now I'm going to go ahead and put all but one of these screws back in. And I just want to start the screws. I don't want to tighten them because I may need to just, oh, I forgot those screws are magnetic.
Aluminium. Remember that. Right?
Yeah, everybody says aluminium, I think, but Americans. We'll just start that one. This one's going to be tough in the corner. Kind of going at that one blind. I have to feel for it.
Need some light.
I need some luck. Given that those screws are not magnetic, getting this one in this corner may be a bit more difficult.
Break out the forceps. Just
Yeah, well, I actually was thinking of that, something that I can get in there. Oh, wait a minute. I think I got it. And then we'll go over here and we'll do this one. See, same thing.
Non-magnetic, yeah.
Yeah. That's a tough area right there. So I've got some perfect needle nose pliers that I think would be ideal in this scenario. What did I do with them? Ah, here they are. And I'm going to get my magnifying glasses on, and I think I'm going to grab a flashlight so I can see in there. You can imagine without having you holding the camera, there wouldn't be much for anybody to see because there's barely anything for me to see and I'm right in front of it. You You want to be real gentle with it. You don't want to scratch the surface of the board. It's got little traces on it that carry the power from one place to the next. I might need just a small screwdriver to get in there. Let's try this out. Most cases are going to have metal screws, not aluminum screws. And so this is where a magnetic driver really comes in handy in most computer builds. I might have to just turn that one by hand. Let's try the screwdriver that Scythe gives us with their... Look at that. Doesn't seem to be tightening. I wonder if it's just off a little bit. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, and then we'll go all the way up here, right next to the RAM. Again, very difficult even for me to see it. It's very dark back there. We just have two more. One's going to go right up here in this top corner. And then the last one's going to go right here in the middle, at the edge. Okay, and now I'm just going to tighten everything up. Ta-da! I don't think we're going to need this towel anymore. Let me just move that out of the way. Get down a little lower. Let's see what that looks like. I'm going to make Mitch work for it today. Oh, there goes those knees. I hear them popping and cracking. Here, let's see if we put a little light in there. Let's try this light out that this viewer sent me. Let's see if that makes things better or worse. Once I figure out how to turn it on.
And as the viewers can see by the fans for the stacks, those are actually intakes.
Yeah, that's going to be bringing air from outside and blowing it
Into the case.
into the case. That's right, because you see the support struts. That's where you see these support struts. That on every fan, that's the direction the air is coming out. And of course, there wouldn't be filters on top if they were blowing air out. You don't want to filter exhaust air, only intake air. Tilt that camera a little bit, or just bend it a little bit so we can see the mirror finish on that RAM. You can't really pick it up. Or just rotate the table is all we need to do. Let's go this way. There, that should be a better view. Zoom it in a little bit more. Ooh, pretty. And then just so you guys can see what difference this light makes, I'm going to turn this light off. It didn't make a very big difference at all, did it? Need a bigger light. Aziz, light. You know what movies that's from?
Fifth Element.
Wow, you are good. That is correct, sir.
Okay. Can I?
You want to get off your knees?
Yeah. Sound
That's
effects.
the third time you've asked me that today.
Sound effects. Snap, crackle, pop. Okay.
All right, you want me to switch over to the other camera?
I mean, what's next to actually?
I think I need to put a power supply in it, hook the power switch up, and see if it'll fire up.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, well, I guess I need to put the water block on it too. I think we need to take the top off.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to take the stacks off. So I'm not exactly sure how to do that. So let's find out right now. Go back to camera. Camera Peter is on. You're clear. So I was at the store the other day, and I was down the Coca-Cola aisle, and I found this.
That'll put pep in your step.
You think it'll put hair on my chest?
With any luck. You know?
I'm afraid of it.
Yeah.
Let's see what the ingredients are. Sugar, 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 some more sugar, salt, and fat. Well, 39 grams of sugar, which is what, 3 tablespoons? Should be good.
I'll bet you Buffalo Nicola does not taste like Coca-Cola.
Well, it doesn't have a flavor.
Right.
It just, I never saw it before. $1.88 a can at Walmart. That's the cheap place.
Okay.
So it's not cheap. Paul says he thinks you might need to lay down for a while. You feel okay?
Yeah.
You're looking a little
yeah,
tepid.
Yeah, my right arm's a little tingly. Just kidding.
Kind of smells like Coke. No, that's just snot. It's Coke-ish. It is Coke-ish. It's got a little cherry Coke, just a little hint of it in there. It's just a little off. And this energy drink doesn't seem to be having any effect on me whatsoever. I'm just like immune to it. I don't know why. I can drink these all day. It doesn't ever do anything to me. It's not bad. I also didn't say it was good,
Okay.
but it's not bad. Maybe I'll just put it right up here where it can precariously fall. I like that.
On your new floor. Yeah. All right.
Oh, that is true. It is a new floor, but it's waterproof.
So you
So they
really
say.
you feel that the
This
top has to come off.
And John sent me some Allen wrenches for that. Although, I bet I have the tool for my power screwdriver I could use.
How are you doing, Jimmy?
Yeah, I got some Allen tools right there.
Have you ever tried to take the top off?
No, I've never,
Okay.
everything I've done on this has been done on camera. So I like to keep everything genuine and real. The struggle is real. How many other cases do you buy that come with tools?
0.
You know, sometimes people just look at the amount and they immediately go, you know, they blow it off and they don't really understand. It's not really fair to compare it because you're going to get better support, tools, better build quality, and it just costs more.
What size? I'm thinking. What are you thinking? Bigger than?
Is that it? You see that? Oh, it's tight.
Is that the one you think?
Yeah. That's one way I can make it get the dust off of it. Wow, those are tight. Holy smokes. That's how it arrived from the factory. Come on. I guess I don't have to take it all the way out, just let it sit in there. Thank my sister, as always, for the amazing thumbnails she does on these videos. She does an amazing job.
What color would you call this?
Blue. What would you call it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a guy, so
Yeah.
blue is blue.
Yeah, blue is blue.
And like navy blue, sky blue, whatever. It's blue. I'm a simple man. You know that. Simple man.
Leonard Skinner sings that, doesn't he?
Does he?
Does he? Don't they?
I don't think he sings it anymore.
No.
Yeah, I need to go back to the eye doctor. I can't see. I mean, it's a black Allen wrench on a black screw in a dark room. I can't imagine that it's my problem I can't see.
So that's Monday?
Yeah.
Monday to the eye
afternoon,
doctor.
I gotta go. If I can find the place.
Yeah.
Guy's got pictures of his family on his desk and they're all out of focus, you know? Yeah, given the angle and the tight, you know, the driver's got to go a bit on an edge here, so maybe the power driver that I was thinking of grabbing would not have been ideal for any of these screws.
Someone says coral blue.
Coral blue,
Okay.
not Caribbean blue. It's a song by Enya.
Kazunite. All right.
Didn't know you spoke German. Just what I learned from Hogan's Heroes. Oh, proper machine screws there. I think I got everything. I guess this whole thing just lifts up.
What about one here?
Am I missing one? No, it's out.
Oh,
It just didn't come all the way out.
okay.
Am I missing one? You know what, I suspect that maybe these 4 screws across the top go into the side of this panel. Now that one I could probably use the power driver on and get those out. Ooh, that one was already loose.
Mark says cobalt blue. That kind of.
Yeah, I think he might be right on that. Cobalt sounds about right.
Cobalt blue sounds about right.
Now these screws are relatively loose. This is just coming right out.
Okay.
And they're all the same screw, so
Yep.
you don't have to worry
about it.
It's a little over-engineered. I don't think he needed 4 here, but that's okay. Rather have too many than too few.
Careful of that. Okay.
Look at that. There's the Noctua fans. Oh, those were the screws I didn't take out. They just fell out. There's one. And here's another one. Remember, if you take all the screws out in this case, you'll just end up with a bunch of panels. You can just stack them up. There's no frame. And anyway, so that's what's underneath. You'll see those are the screws that hold the fans in. Well, I'm sorry, those screws don't hold the fans in. Those screws hold the velocity stacks on.
Ah.
And then when you take the velocity stacks off, that's how you would replace those fans. When's the last time you've seen me be able to take the top off a case like that? Shouldn't have any problem reaching into these connectors up here now, huh?
Okay. What are you thinking? Power supply?
Well, this USB 3.0 can go on. Everything's turned around for me here for a minute. Let me take a look. Where does this go?
Need the flashlight?
No, no. Not yet. Probably will, though. Let's go. Of course, it always has to twist the other way, right? Right there. Boy, Asus really made that tight up against the 24-pin power connector there. Then this should be our touch capacitive power switch right here. And that will go... Where do they put it on here?
Aziz light.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to need that flashlight. And will you hand me my glasses? I need my glasses. Is he burning them up in there? This is definitely a different design from Asus. What do we got here? Nothing is labeled on the board. You're going to make me look at the book, aren't you? You're going to make me do it. You rascals. What does this say? Panel 1. Okay, it is written on the board. Water pump. Workflow. I just can't read it. It's too small. I'm giving you all she's got, Karen. She's going to break oop. Thermal sensor. USB. Where's my front panel header? USB 3.1, RGB, LED connector, RGB 2, fan headers, M.2 socket, ETX, EATX power, that's that EPS power, thermal sensor, internal connectors, hard disk LED. That's weird. It stands on its own. Oh, I see. I see. It has a hard drive LED built onto the motherboard, which I don't think I'll be looking at anytime soon. Front panel audio, SATA, Q-code LED, USB, RGB, LED. Come on. Fan and pump headers. Where are my front panel I/O? M.2 system panel. Here it is. So, you guys can see what I'm looking at right there. So to hook up the power button, it's going to be the top row of pins that only has 4 pins. The bottom row has 5 pins, and I want to be on the last set of pins on the top row. So that means it's pretty much where I was. I was in the right place. Right there. So that's our power switch. This is power and SATA for the Blu-ray. I don't care about that right now. And yeah, I think we're ready for the power supply. But this is a good opportunity to make it, you know, I can see some dust in here I want to wipe down.
Okay. While I show the folks, what do we got here? A Be Quiet. Pure Power 11, 750 watt. Is this fully modular?
I think it's 700, not 750.
Oh,
What's that say?
700. Fully modular?
I believe so. Believe it is.
80 plus gold.
Lots of little nooks and crannies for dust in here. This is just a damp washcloth, and it's perfect for wiping down electronics. You don't want to use anything chemicals. You don't want to use Windex or no lemon pledge. No.
Should I open this?
Yes, please.
All right.
Oh, it's not modular. Wait a minute. That is not modular at all. I thought it was modular. Didn't the picture show it modular? Okay, that's all right. You know what? Let's put that one back. We're not going to use that. Let me go get them back and see what else I got.
And that 1,000-watt one that we did on one build is probably too long.
I got a 1,200-watt one back here. What do you say, overkill? Yeah. I had I still have a viewer. His name is John Yasuda, and John mailed me a system that he didn't want anymore. And it was just over the top with everything, just ridiculous amounts of everything. And the power supply he had in there was this Corsair HX1200i, which, as you can see, is fully modular. And for right now, let's just take some of these plugs off. I know I'm going to need, right now I need motherboard power. And then what else do we have down here?
You're going to need graphics.
Yeah, I will need graphics, that's true, but not right now. And what's this other one for? That's our 8-pin motherboard. I wonder if it matters which one of these I use. I'm just going to pick one. We have to mount this with the fan facing up. We want the air to come down from the top, go into this fan, and it's going to blow out the back. But when you mount a power supply with the fan up, you've got to be real careful if you're going to deal with any screws, because if the screws fall down inside of here, you definitely don't want to turn it on.
You're in a world of hurt. All right.
Well, you want to make sure you get this, shake it until whatever you have to do to get those screws out. But you can see this is going to fit this enormous power supply. It will fit. It may be a bit overkill for our needs, though. I have another power supply I could try. I just feel like I'm not giving myself much room right here. But on the other hand, might hide the cables nicely. I think John mentioned he uses a 1,000-watt Corsair, and those are about the same length. And this isn't all the way in. Will it fit? May not even fit. Oh, there it goes. So, okay, that's going to be okay. You'll see it fits right in there. Can you see?
Yeah.
And somewhere I've got screws to secure that. Now, John sent me some screws here. I wonder if these are supposed to be used. I think I had a bag of parts, but I don't know where the bag is now. I'm sure I put it away where I could find it. I might need these for the top. Well, for now, let's just do this.
Somebody in chat says this PC is going to be heavy.
I wouldn't want to drop it on a toe. That's for a GPU we can add later. I guess we can try and install the water block. I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work. I'm completely blind on this one, so we're just going to follow instincts and see where it takes us. This piece, in theory, should fit on here. There's no how-to videos to watch on this. It's never been done before. These are custom-made components, so we are the directions. There is some tight tolerances here. I mean, John has manufactured this. I don't think a human hair is going to fit between that when it's seated properly. And I want to get the radiator in before I secure this down, but I'm trying to fit it just to see what I'm in for here. You see here, he's got the 4 holes. Just look around here, Mitch. See what he's got the 4 holes here that's going to line up with these 4 holes and lock that down. So we're definitely on the right path. But something is keeping me from sitting flush. You know, we may have to loosen some screws on the case. It may be that everything's so tight that that when we put the screws in, it actually tightens around it. Like on this side here, I kind of feel like yeah, there we go. So that's going to look like that, and so you guys get a sneak peek. Now this will go back on top. See what I'm talking about? And that's how we make room for that liquid cooler. I thought that was genius for him to come up with that. And then he added that LED lighting all down here on both sides. So that's what we're looking at achieving.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you're not going to find that anywhere on the web. Not on a web page. It's not on a video. It's only here.
One of a kind.
This is it, man. Now,
can you find those case?
You can buy the case, but this piece here is custom made for the liquid cooler. I got fingerprints on the screen.
Okay. And what about where the screws for the power supply? You got to look for those?
I'll look for those for right now, just to keep the build moving, though.
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave it in there for, it's not going anywhere.
Okay.
But that does fit really well.
Yeah.
And it looks like, yeah, screws are going to line up. God, the precision in this
is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be. It's going to have to be exact, or it's not going to fit. And what's probably going to happen, I'll have to loosen these screws up in order to just sort of make a little room here. Yeah, I can already see. If we look on this side here, you can see it's pushing forward. See, there's a bigger gap
Yes.
You see how that gap gets tighter?
Yep.
We could have a little fitment issue here. It's not a big deal, but it may be a result of, you know, this gives you an idea how precise he has to be when he's machining this. And if it's off, or if I haven't seated it just right, it's going to be tight. Okay. So, you see now that gap is closed. See here?
Yeah.
Now there's no
Yeah.
gap at all. Yeah. We might have a fitment issue with this, actually. And I like that I like how form-fitting it is, but it might be just a little too big. So what I want to do me a favor, lift that up and hold it up. Yeah, tight, very tight. What I'm going to do is, rather than put that, because we're running out of time, rather than put the radiator in that, I think we're going to hang the radiator off the side.
Okay.
Just for now, so we can fire this up, and let's get Windows 10 installed on it, and let's see where we can go from that point. And then I'll find the screws for the power supply.
So you want the radiator?
Yeah, it's right on the back, and
Oh.
I just saw some more dust I want to wipe off.
And this is a 280, is what you said?
280 millimeter.
280.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Oh, look at that. You can see.
Normally, you'll see me use the 240s.
Now the mounting screws ought to be in here as well.
Well, I think what I want to do, Luke Greenia says, I just deposited $40 in your PayPal for this special occasion. And again, thank you for the amazing community and content. No, Luke has been so generous. That's very kind. Almost daily he's been contributing. Thank you so much. I think what I want to do, just for the sake that we can turn this on, you know, it won't be a permanent solution. If we plug that in there, we'll put the fans on this way. I don't need that, not yet. I need the fans. And let's see, I need these screws here, and I need my electric driver. And I think what I will do, let me think about this for a minute. If this is going to go on up like this, then the fan needs to, that's all right, the fan's cables need to come out towards me, and I'm just going to have them blowing air out the top for now. That's the opposite of the way it'll be when it's done. But for our testing purposes for right now, I just want to get this running temporarily. In fact, I suppose we're only going to use these fans. I don't think we use these fans. I think these Noctua fans will replace these fans, and these will be extra because this already has fans. I think.
Yeah, you wouldn't use double fans, would you?
No, not moving on the same side of the radiator. I think just 2 is all I'm going to put in for right now
Okay.
for each fan.
We got 1,350 people tuning in on this fabulous Friday. Thank you all for joining Uncle Kerry and me. On this beautiful day, certainly here in Phoenix, Arizona. Gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, when you really, if you really look the other way with the drive-by shootings and murders, it's a really nice town.
It's yeah.
Weather's great.
Except for June, July, and August. All right.
So what I'm thinking is I'll just hang,
when it's
let me just
Africa
have you
hot,
hold
yeah.
that. Africa hot. Thank you.
Had to have a Toto reference in there. Okay.
That's a Matthew Broderick reference, isn't
Okay.
it? You know what? I think I want to take this out and run this way up and around. Yeah, I see what he was saying, how the cable management actually looks pretty good here. And I don't know if one of these takes precedence over the other one, but for right now, that's what I'm going to do. And then putting that on, you'll see there's a plastic cover on the bottom, and that's because it's protecting the thermal compound that's already applied. So when we remove that, it's ready to now be installed. Right on here. Ooh, right up against that RAM. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Missed it by that much.
Yeah, we just might have an issue. The RAM may be too tall. I may have to switch RAM. I'm going to take one RAM module out. This is a potential issue you're going to run into if you want that RGB pretty RAM, is it is taller. And as a result, this pump may have to be rotated into a different position. You see, because that is going to go right up against even the remaining module. It's just right there. So a way around that may be to install it this way. God, that looks terrible. What if I can install it this way? Would that be better? Now the NZXT logo is going to be sideways. Oh, man. See, some problems you just don't know until you get in there and start working with it. Or you do a lot of research with measurements. What if I completely went the other way? What if we went this way? Because we have no rear fan. Turn that radiator completely 180. Yeah, just like that. Let's try this way. Will that be better? And the NZXT logo will be completely upside down when it lights up. And you can disassemble the pump to rotate that, but I'm not going to disassemble a brand new water pump. NZXT should have made it able to rotate. But I think that's the way it's going to have to go, unfortunately. I need these.
It's good to have an extra set of hands.
For sure.
People are saying, hit that like button.
Whoops. You know what? Will you hand me my yellow-handled screwdriver, please?
This one?
Yeah, thank you.
Did you only have to remove one stick? So you've got one 16.
I can put the other one back in
Oh,
now.
now?
With
Okay.
the pipes coming out
Right,
the other
the
side,
side. Okay.
the other RAM module will fit.
Problem solved.
Sort of. It
Sort of.
creates a new problem, but it's mostly aesthetic.
Tightening opposite corners.
Yeah, this corner was hard to start because the other corners were too tight. So it lifted up that side. Now I'm going to tighten that side down. Now I'll go to the other side. See, that one was already tight. Now I can tighten this one down. Boy, that's going to turn forever. There it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right, that's looking good. And I'll put this other RAM module back in now. I think we're going to be okay. So I've got fingerprints all over it. Yeah. Now that little bag of cables I need, so I guess I'll go grab that. So I'm not going to hook up the USB, I'm just going to hook up power to the pump and power to those fans. So that's the USB cable, we'll hold off on that for now. This cable right here provides the power to the pump and the power to those fans, and we have to hook up 4 of these. This will hold up to 4 fans, and inside of here you'll see some of these have 3 little pins inside and some have 4. You have got to use at least one fan's got to be plugged into the one with 4 pins, or it won't measure the speed of the fans. So we're going to use, ultimately, 3 of these have 3 pins inside, and only the first one, this one right here, has 4 pins inside. So you got to make sure you hook up one of the fans to that right there, and the other fan will go to the next one over, and then this plugs into the CPU fan header, which is right in the middle, I guess. Then this piece plugs in what's going to be on the bottom, which usually is on the top, right down here. And it's a little convoluted. Sort of a downside of this custom design is that I might have to change that RAM out to flip this 180 degrees the way it's supposed to be, which is not a big deal. Look, I'm not married to the idea of this particular RAM. I'd like to use it, but if it's going to be a hassle, it's not worth it. we'll just go without RGB, and we'll put some regular Corsair Vengeance in there, which will be fine. And I guess I will need this after all. So this is going to provide power to the pump. And then we'll run this in the back of the power supply. Should be pretty much anywhere. How you doing over there, Mitch?
Oh, great.
You feeling cooler? Huh?
Yeah.
See what I did there? He's feeling cooler. Never mind. Wasted it on this audience.
Carrie's about as funny as a cry for help. All right.
I thought I was as funny as a rubber crutch.
Yeah.
Make up your mind. Okay.
Now, how can we dangle this without
I
scratching
want you to
the
just
case?
hold it.
Oh, okay.
You're going to be my dangle.
Okay.
We'll see that RAM light up, damn it. It's been a lot of effort. Everything looks good here. I need to give it some power. Oh, I think I got a delivery. We got a delivery. Hold on a minute, guys. Sorry about that. Told you that was going to happen when we were live.
Of course.
Saw that one coming. Now this power cable, I don't know if it's going to reach across the table like this. Let's see what happens.
I don't think so.
It's going to be tight. That didn't help. Okay, we're good there. I need to hook up video. So we'll just grab an HDMI cable here. We're going to hook up, there's 1,334 people watching. I'm the only guy on the planet that's going to have 1,334 monitors hooked up to this new build. For the very first test fire, they'll be able to see it. We don't have a monitor here, so we'll just have to use theirs.
Is everybody enjoying the build?
How many people want their money back?
I'm really digging this case. I'll tell you that right now.
It is
It is
pretty freaking cool.
beautiful, beautiful. I would be proud to set this actually on my desk.
Yeah, it's amazing what, who said money can't buy you happiness, right?
Mitch, the human cooler mount. Okay.
He's been called.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, keyboard and mouse right here. So let me move this mouse over there.
I feel like I'm on The Price is Right here. And here we have a beautiful Kraken.
That's right. Okay, so we've got keyboard and mouse plugged in. I've got HDMI with the built-in graphics on the chip, which will eventually get a 2080 RTX 2080 Ti in there. Yeah, it's going to be busy in there when we're done. But for right now, I don't want to go any further until I've ensured that what we've got is working. By adding a graphics card or adding other items around the motherboard, RGB lighting, just invites more things to diagnose if it doesn't work right. So we're just doing the bare minimum right now to verify that everything's going to work okay. And we'll see how long I can...
And this high-end CPU has its own onboard graphics.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because some of the ones, that
Well,
you
there is a
look at, it's
9900KF like Frank instead of S like Sam. The F does not have
Onboard
built-in
graphics.
graphics, and it's like $50 cheaper than a 9900K. Do you want to tap that touch? Let me flip the switch on. Okay, hold on. Wait. Oh, look, all the RGB on the board just lit up. Can you see it? It's like glowing. Let me move over to input number 2, which should be, oh, wrong mouse. Okay, guys, you're going to see no signal on your screen, but you should still be able to hear us. And what I'm just going to just tap that touch capacitive button. It's supposed to turn on.
Or the power supply you have to turn on.
I did. That's why you see the motherboard's glowing.
Oh.
Let me make sure my power connector's on the right set of headers, pins. Should be right there, I think.
We have fan spin.
Okay. I hear the fan spinning on the cooler. Here we go.
Ah.
It recognizes 32 gigs of RAM. It recognizes the Samsung 970. New CPU installed. Press Enter, F1 to run setup.
CPU fan error. Okay.
That should take us into setup.
Check the BIOS.
Current BIOS version is what? .0905 from April of last year. So let's check and see if we have a newer BIOS that we can put on there. So I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to type in Maximus. Oh, I got to use the right keyboard. I'm going to come over here. Maximus 11 Gene BIOS. And the first link it offers us should take us right to asus.com. It does. Under drivers and utilities, it shows the latest BIOS is from December, version 14.01. What version did I say I had? It's from April. Wow. That's an old BIOS. It shows that's the very first BIOS from April. April 11th. And then there was a BIOS on May 14th. There was a BIOS on June 27th, a BIOS on July 12th, and the last BIOS update on December 19th. So I want the latest, the last BIOS update. And we're going to extract that locally here. And I'm going to copy that BIOS file onto a blank flash drive. Now you guys are just staring at the BIOS screen while I'm doing this, but there's nothing I can really show you at this point without yet another computer out here for screen capture. So, your arms getting tired yet, Mitch, holding that? And let's see where the extracted files are. This is a BIOS update tool. I don't want a BIOS update tool.
Firmware?
Oh, I guess I downloaded the wrong thing.
Never mind.
Yeah. That's better. Okay, so I'm going to copy the BIOS file onto that flash drive, and then I'm going to safely eject the flash drive. And I'm going to plug this flash drive now into this new motherboard. Just plug it in right there. We'll give that a second to do its thing. We'll come back over here. I keep grabbing the wrong mouse. Come back over here so I can see. Now I can see. In fact, I think I want to go full screen on this for my side.
Okay.
That's better. And now let's go to Tool, Easy Flash Utility, Storage Device. That's our BIOS right there. Whoops. Storage device. Yes. Yes. And now we wait. Don't touch anything.
Be patient.
And while that's running, let's see if I can get us put up in the corner here. We can do 2 video feeds at once, can't we? Aren't we high tech like that? Let's see.
Sound effects.
You think you are Michael Winslow?
Okay.
Yeah, I think those fans are just running at high speed because
Yeah.
I haven't hooked the USB part up with the NZXT CAM software.
Right.
Furthermore, I don't think we'll be using those fans as I mentioned.
Right.
So this is just for testing purposes to make sure that we can move boldly forward without any
Yeah.
concerns. And that fan is not turning on that power supply. John had mentioned that he likes the, where the fans constantly turn to keep the hot air out of the case. But apparently, if the case gets hot enough, that fan will turn on.
Spin.
Yeah. So the only fan spinning, the only thing people are hearing are those 2 fans you're holding on the radiator. They said you got to get the good-looking guy in the shot. You know they're not talking about me.
Oh. I didn't touch it.
No, it's rebooting on its own. Glenn Davies has contributed $2 Australian. He goes, this is to keep the BSODs away, the blue screens of death.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's just a blue computer.
Now it turned off a second time.
This is all normal. Oh, see the power supply fan spinning when it starts up, and then it shuts itself
Fell
off.
off.
So it works, it's just
Yeah.
only active when it needs to be. Keep, just leaving, be patient, leave it. It may shut itself off 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
Oh, another contribution.
Hugh Wong has contributed $25.75. Says, excellent build, very entertaining. Thank you, Mr. Carey. And
Well, thank you, Hugh.
Yeah, thank you. Thank Hugh.
Thank you.
All I did was unplug this. Why did it shut off? What just happened?
I don't know. Turned on.
Oh, was it flashing when I pulled this out? I thought it said it wouldn't boot. I wasn't paying attention. Press enter to recover BIOS setting. Enter.
Wrong keyboard. Oh.
F1 to run setup. Which one is it? Let's see which version of BIOS we've got right now, if I screwed it up. 1401. No, it's fine. I read it right. Okay. I don't know why it shut off like that. It's weird. Windows 10. How's your arm?
Good.
This won't take very long, I promise. Is this touch capacitive button working yet? It's not working.
You plugged it in. So
Yeah, I plugged it in. I wasn't missing. I'm missing something. It's not. That's really weird. But there is a button right up here I can use. Now when I turn it back on, it should start to the flash drive, which is the Windows 10 installation media. Let's see what happens.
Spinny circle, spinny circle, spinny circle.
Yeah, the pump is running. I can feel the fluid moving through the pipes.
No spinny circle. All right, let's see.
CPU fan error. Oh, I must not have this plugged into the right fan header, I guess. Let me look at the manual very quickly. I see. Plug the CPU fan in the wrong one. Which one does it want to be in? I've plugged it in the right one. That's exactly where it belongs. I guess I'm going to plug it into all-in-one pump. We'll do that. If it wants to be difficult, I can be difficult too. Yeah, that switch is not working. Let's try it again. Might have to go into the BIOS and tell it to ignore the CPU fan. See if it gives us the same error this time. Yeah, it does. F1 to run setup.
Mitch can no longer feel his arm. That's funny.
CPU fan speed. Should be a way to turn that off. Ignore. Escape. Want to quit without saving? No, I don't. I want to quit with saving. Let's see if it works now. Let's take a look and see what happens. Mitch the Radiator Man.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah,
Folks,
not
I'm
rocket
just going to
science.
drop down here on my elbow. And Carrie's done this a million times, folks, so this, most check, clicky, always select custom, clicky, and watch how fast this goes.
I think you've seen me do this
Yeah.
before.
Yes, folks, I do come with a build. All right, I'm a permanent.
I was thinking we could probably just hang that. No. Will it rest against the side of the case, just for now, without pulling any cables out? There you go. Is that working? It's good enough. We'll just deliver it to the customer like that. That way you can rest your arms. It's fine. So a lot of times, you know, people want to test things outside of the case, but with a case like this, we can test it in the case before completing the build. And this gives us the confidence that we can move forward with the less necessary items like the Blu-ray drive and whatnot.
Here, let me get my seat.
When we get to that point. Might have a little fitment issue with the radiator in the top, which I'm going to have to deal with. But I didn't want to do that now during a live video, and I want to keep everything moving forward because we're live and unscripted, and this is only computer number 32,840 that I built.
Going down. There we go. I'm on Carrie's level. Going.
It's not that funny.
No.
You want to grab a chair?
Was that fast?
Yeah, it already did it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm dying to see the speeds when you test that. What are you, in the 5,000s? No.
No,
Or
no. That's going to be around 3,500. Yeah.
for
Although
real.
it seems kind of stuck right here for some reason.
Huh. It's not good.
Yeah, it shouldn't be sitting there that long. The problem is Mitch and I, we can't see the full screen the way you guys can. I actually have to manipulate and shut down the view of the chat room for me to go to a bigger screen.
Michael Martin says, water cooling is not for me. I feel you, brother. No, no.
It's not really a liquid cooling issue.
No.
Let's take a look here.
See, and I didn't see it, the clicks of the checking off so fast.
They're just kind of sitting there.
Ooh, there
it
you
goes.
go.
Just waiting on something.
Patience grasshopper. All right.
I don't know why it took that long.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, it's flying.
Wow. You got the right mouse, wrong mouse? All right.
No, I got the right mouse. This time.
Okay.
Maybe not next time.
Yeah. And see, folks, just how whisper quiet this machine is. Oh, isn't that just...
That doesn't count.
Isn't that just whisper quiet?
That does not count. We're not done.
No cheating. All right. Hey, it matches the case.
Right?
Very nice. United States, clicky. US, clicky. Skip, clicky. Instead of hi, it should say howdy.
It should say, I'm alive.
So do you give that energy drink a thumbs up, a thumbs down?
It's
or
not
kind of
bad.
Or a meh?
I'm just going to stick with it's not bad.
It's not.
Would I buy it again? I could do a little energy shot and it doesn't have to choke down this much. How many ounces
Yeah.
is this? It's 12 ounces, like a full can of
Can.
regular Coke.
Yeah.
No, I won't do this again. I was curious.
Yeah.
You know, I had to try it. They're just jumping on a bandwagon. Oh, this is different.
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably going to want me to connect to the internet.
Yeah.
Let's jump onto my guest network.
Oh, this does have Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I forgot all about it. Give me your super secret password.
You just said it.
Okay.
It's 4 words,
Yeah. Super secret password.
all lowercase,
Case.
all one word, all uppercase. What?
Ah, you typed wrong. So.
It says it's, am I connected or am I not connected? Now I don't know. Nope. And it's fast. I'm just like lightly clicking on things and they're just going click, click, click. Maybe I'll just go to the main network if it's going to be that way about it. It's stronger signal.
Okay. Oh, we don't have the wire plugged in,
I don't need to.
or not the wire, maybe
The antennas.
antenna.
Yeah. I mean, the router's just right there.
there,
So.
so. Never mind. Are you connected? No.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm going to get my fill of sugar today. 140 calories per can.
Well, that's exactly as a regular can of Coke. I thought it was 140.
So if you would like to drink a Coke, only you wish it tasted worse, this is really for
Ooh,
you.
look at that screen.
Armory crate. Okay. So the very new Armory crate I just installed is out of date.
Huh.
Nice for Asus to do that. It's a nice motherboard. Definitely worthy of being in this case. Well, this is riveting.
Yeah. Smoke them if you got them. Right. No, on second thought. Ah, there you go.
It's installing the Ask toolbar. Thank God those days are over with, right?
Yeah.
Let's take this and put it in the drawer, if you would. Try and keep myself organized over here. Glenn wants to know why we're building a vacuum cleaner today. Now, guys, remember, this is an early on. It's nowhere near completed yet. Just doing what we got to do to safely turn it on and not cause any harm to the machine.
But this finished is going to be, I'm jealous. I mean, this is a killer machine. With that graphics card, he's going to put in GeForce RTX 2080 Ti. Nice.
Let's reboot it.
Now that you're hooked up to the internet, though, will it kind of automatically start downloading those updates?
Yeah, it already
Probably-
did.
yeah.
There was a little thing in the bottom right corner that said a restart was required, and I believe it was due to an update happening in the background while it was updating in the foreground. So when it boots back up now, we're going to go back to Windows Update. You'll see it's firing up much, much quicker. Remember that first time it sat there a while? I got to figure out why that capacitive power switch isn't working.
Yeah.
There's a couple little things I got to talk to John about. This is a custom computer, so things that people think they know, they don't know. There's nobody who could sit there and tell me you need to do this or you need to do that, because they're not working with this hardware and they've never worked. Nobody watching this channel, except the creator of this case, knows the way it needs to be done. So when we get any naysayers in the chat room, just ignore them because they have no idea. They're just sitting on a couch going, just do that. How many computers have you built? 30,000? Well, I built 4 and you're doing it wrong. Okay, guy.
Okie dokie.
Right on. Let's see. What are we missing in the chat? I think we might have missed a few contributions. You know what? I need the other mouse, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see what's come in while
Take
we're
a
waiting.
little look-see.
Oh, we missed quite a few. Oh, more contributions. $10 Canadian from Kaka Pepe.
Okay.
Gary, we're writing to inform you we placed an immediate hold on your bank account for fraudulent activity, and police are on their way to arrest you.
Well, good.
Yes, those
We can-
Canadian police, they
yeah.
ride horses. It's
Yeah.
going to be a while.
Those Mounties.
Another contribution from that same person that I cannot say aloud. Thank you. Ben Stroud contributed $2, says good afternoon. Marty Wells contributed $2. Hey, thank you, Marty. Lurgicus contributed $10. He says, my alter ego, Dan, said to send you this for another awesome stream. Thank you guys so much. Reverend John O'Toole's contributed $5. Hey, thank you, Johnny. Red Dragons contributed $2. He says, hi, it's a good day. It is a good day. Quiet Dad has contributed $2 quite loudly. Thomas Robinson has contributed £2. He says, excellent bill tonight. Jerry Watson has contributed $5. Says, good show, Mitch and Carrie. Rick Hubbard has contributed £3. David Newby has contributed £5. And I think we're caught back up, right? Wonderful contributions today. Thank you guys for supporting the channel and helping to keep me sponsor free. So one of the things you're going to have to learn as an actor is you're supposed to be in frame. And I have to dig a little hole for you to stand in.
Your device is missing important.
Yeah, it's grabbing right here.
Security.
See, again, guys, we're watching a screen about this big. So we have a screen and a screen and a screen. And I have to manually, I can make any one of those three full, but then I can't see the other two. So if I want to see all three, everything's smaller. So
Now, are these 140 fans?
Yeah.
They're not 120, they're 140s, right?
yeah, those are 140s for sure. Yeah, you can see the size of those
Yeah,
bad boys there.
beautiful. Ah, Michael Cutler, thank you so much. Great taste in music. Yes, I am looking forward here to seeing Alan Parsons.
So I want people to be aware that I'm giving you some money. It's not a lot,
Oh,
right? And
oh, yeah.
that'll be your share of the contributions.
Oh,
and
well, thank you.
it's
Thank
not
you.
exactly Hollywood money. You can't buy many drugs for that kind of
No.
money. But it's,
But I'm going to Vegas next Thursday.
we'll put it all on black, and if you win,
99 black.
Yeah, sorry, I
Thank
lost.
you. Well, thank you.
you just
Thank
always
you.
say that no matter
Yeah.
what.
So I really like going to live music, and so, yeah, tonight, Alan Parsons, and then next Saturday night in Las Vegas at the Venetian, I'm going to see the Doobie Brothers, their 50th anniversary. This is the start of their tour with Michael McDonald included, so it's looking forward. I have seen them in the past, and with Michael McDonald, even without Michael McDonald, but again, I've got great seats. My brother from Colorado is flying in, so it's
$10 for a messed up arm. Yeah, that wasn't $10, it was $100, but I don't even think that'll pay for your doctor's appointment for
Yes.
that tennis elbow.
Well, I'm
Explain
glad-
again how
yeah,
you got
yeah.
that without playing
yeah,
tennis.
yes. Well, I'm glad to help Carrie build this new microwave. I mean, this new.
Wonder Woman has contributed $10. Carrie, what speed internet connection do you have? I've got,
We've got gigabit, Cox gigabit.
yeah, but unfortunately for me, it's probably around 900 down and 35 up.
Okay.
It's really bad on the upside.
I'm about 960 down and about 40 up, and they call that Cox, Gigablast. So, and there is no fiber, at least where Carrie lives or where I live yet.
What
So,
speed internet? I'm about to finally shop for an ISP and would like a comparison for what I need. Probably want more than I need. I don't know what you need. I know that for me, the reason I'm not broadcasting in 4K right now is my bandwidth will not support that. So we're just in 1080. Dave says you should take that money and buy yourself another Alan Parsons Project t-shirt.
goes without saying, now that my band Toto is no longer touring, and I have to hang on to those 39 Toto shirts, Carrie, like gold. I have to be very selective as to,
I think I still
when
have my
wear
Paul
them.
McCartney concert shirt from 1988, but it's all faded out. Paul Newman says, tell us some quick jokes, Mitch.
I don't know any that are clean.
He doesn't know any that are
they're
funny.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Just go to my, my YouTube channel is not under Mitch Morrison, it's under Mitchell Morrison.
Fancy.
So just type Mitchell Morrison stand up and you'll see a couple of clips right there on my YouTube channel.
Glenn Davies has contributed again, $5 He says, this is not a contribution. It's a chance to chase away the evils of advertising and to thank YouTube for giving us all yet another chance to learn. Now that's cool, right?
Well, thank you.
Isn't that cool?
Look how fast that booted up.
Oh,
I mean,
that wasn't that fast, really. It was processing.
Okay.
But we're going to measure it here in a minute. Michael Cutler's contributed $10. He goes, great build, and Mitch has great acting skills and great taste in music.
Yeah. Well, I'm all about the 70s. What can I say?
Far out, man.
Yacht rock radio, baby. All right.
Love will keep us together.
So, So as Carrie knows, Toto was my #1 band.
Was.
Alan Parsons was my second, and then probably my third, a band from the 70s that I've seen a lot, and the group knows me, is a band by the name of Pablo Cruz.
Pablo Cruz.
And they're still going strong, and they'll be touring this year, and I try to catch them as often as I can, and they call me Mitch from Phoenix whenever they see me.
Michael Brooks has contributed $6.66. He goes, does that case come with a Blu-ray player? Yes, that's a Blu-ray. I think it's a recorder too. What's the model on this thing? We can Google this model number. It is a UJ240. This is manufactured in June of 2011. I bet you that was really expensive in 2011. I don't know why, because certainly the case wasn't sent to me until like 2016, 2015. So that was already quite a few years old.
That may just be then a player.
You know, the great thing about being the creator of the case is it really doesn't matter if somebody thinks a Blu-ray player is obsolete or unused. It's your case, it's your design, and you make it the way your needs and your wants. And if somebody else doesn't see a value in it, who cares, right? And, you know, say you don't use it, so what? What else was going to go down there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll ever use it, but it certainly looks better than just a piece of metal.
Hugh Wong says, what is your YouTube channel, Mitch? You just type in Mitchell Morrison.
Mitchell Morrison on YouTube.
On YouTube. And
YouTube search.
Mitchell Morrison Stand Up will take you right to a couple of 5-minute clips. I'm one of the rare comedians. I do not use any profanity in my act, which people seem to appreciate. They come up afterwards and
I was going to say something, but it's not family friendly.
And say that they like the fact that I don't curse. And
who do you think you are, Jim Gaffigan?
Right.
Bill Cosby? You think you're at that?
Oh yeah. Never mind.
Michael Danes contributed $5. He goes, 2 things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity, and I'm not sure about the universe. That is a famous quote from Albert Einstein. Guy so smart he didn't even follow the I before E rule in his name, huh?
Right.
What are you going to do?
What do we got? One more? It's updating one more thing.
Yeah, it's doing an update here, and then we can start running a couple of tests. We'll check these CPU temps, see if that liquid cooler is working. And then we'll also run Prime 95, really test it, and we'll run the benchmarks on Crystal Diskmark to see what kind of numbers we're getting on the M.2.
And then it might just be time
and I think,
to wrap
we're going to have to wrap up. It's going to be about 4 hours when we're done here, and then I still have to talk to John, the creator of the case, about how that top is going to fit. I might have to send it back for fitment issue. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
Like I could be doing it completely wrong too.
Yeah. Don't panic. Don't panic, folks. There will be a part 2.
Yes, I guarantee that'd be a part two for sure. And I want to minimize anything I do off camera. I want to do as much as possible on camera. Just like the last build Mitch and I did is sitting back there on that counter. I haven't touched it, just as promised. I mean, I'm tempted to fire it up and update the BIOS, but I'm saving it for you guys.
And that's
a 3950X back there.
That's your sister's new editing machine.
Maybe. I'm going to give it to her.
Let her try it.
And let her try it. If it's better than the X99, then she can use that for editing, and then I'm going to expect her to do even better edits and even better intros, because she's blowing my mind with
those intros.
The intros are absolutely amazing, and the quick tips edit. She does all the quick tip edits as well. John Paul Bacon says, I use my 2X Blu-ray W drive still. Most of the time it's for ripping CDs to my computer, but I've done some backup with Blu-rays. You know what the AMD versus Intel argument reminds me of? Beta versus VHS. HD DVD versus Blu-ray. There's a comedian, his name's Paul F. Tompkins. He's got a wonderful routine about working at a beta rental store, beta only. And it was 1990s, like it was already done.
Or what about the alternative? The Blu-ray was HD DVD.
Yeah.
That was a format that
Didn't last.
didn't last.
That is true.
And then you had one where, as soon as you started the movie, you had 24 hours to watch it. Or
Oh, that red- it was that red dye that would fade.
Self-destruct. I
That's
thought
right.
that was pretty
That was
unusual.
so stupid.
You know,
To hell with the ecology.
Right.
Throw these in the landfill.
landfill
24 hours, it self-destructs.
Structs.
Yeah.
where you could not watch
It was made of a red dye, and as soon as you took it out of the package and light hit it,
Hit it.
it started to deteriorate.
Deteriorate.
Within 24 hours, it wouldn't be readable anymore.
unwatchable. Yes,
Stupid.
yes, Pablo, I did own laser discs. I still have them. I still have my laser disc player. Unfortunately, it just has an S-video out, which isn't very practical anymore. But
DivX, how about DivX?
yeah, that was.
They want to know if you get any respect, Mitch. You get any respect? Rodney was a
now
liar.
that-
He got
yeah,
a lot of
yeah,
respect.
yeah. Now that I cut my hair, I did. When I had it long, no, I didn't get any respect.
Luke Greenia says, Linda does awesome work. She deserves a machine worthy of her talents. For the record, the machine Linda is using were the original parts designated for the Xynos build.
Ah, yeah.
It's an X99, but she says it's blue screening on her randomly. And as I was watching the video yesterday, I realized I used that unique all-in-one liquid cooler, that Liquid Maker 92, and I wonder if maybe the pump died and she's having heat issues now. So I'll be very curious to get my hands back on it for diagnostic.
Did you want to check updates just one last time?
Yeah,
to see
yeah.
if,
Thank you for.
to see that, and then we'll get some. We'll get some. I think you got them all.
I think I got them all too.
Oh.
Nope. There's a little update.
Oh, it says you're up to date.
Let's run Uncle Carrie's Windows 10 optimization tool.
Absolutely.
Let me go full screen so I can see what I'm doing here.
Mitch, what is your favorite comedian apart from yourself? I would have to say a very
It's a good question.
man.
Is it
who-
Carrie Holzman?
Who passed away? No, it was a guy by the name of John Panette.
I love John
A
Panette.
very large comedian.
I have his autograph.
Struggled his whole life with weight. Appeared in several episodes of Seinfeld, but he worked clean. And he met him once at the Tempe Improv, and
I met him as well at the Improv.
Absolute kind,
Super nice guy.
super nice, and just had the audience howling. I mean, rolling in the aisles.
He did an awesome Ewok
yeah,
impersonation.
without using any profanity. And
That's
so
true.
I
He
would
was a
have-
clean comedian. It
I
was
would
all
have
about
to say,
food.
yeah.
I say nay, nay.
Nay. And that actually was filmed. Yeah, he does have a performance on DVD. John Panette,
hilarious.
I Say Nay Nay.
Get out of the line.
Recorded right here locally at the Tempe Improv.
These
where
people
that
are
was
in
shot.
line at McDonald's. They're like, I don't know what to order. What are we doing all day? I'm here. I'm hungry. Get out of the line. They're at the buffet.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? Just put it on your plate and go back to your table. I don't know what I've got till I get sit back down. Just put a little bit of everything on there.
Get
out of the line.
That quick with Uncle Carrie's optimizer.
That was fast, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It flew.
And the one movie he was actually in that he had a pretty big part was a movie called The Punisher. You remember
Yeah,
that?
he played like a monk or something, wasn't he?
Where he was in that and had a big role. Talked about where they shot that in France, and so unfortunately, yeah, he passed away at
What a
age
funny
50.
guy
Yeah,
and a baby
funny guy,
face.
Yeah.
It sort of reminded me a little bit of Louis Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Louis Anderson talked a lot about his struggles growing up, and he'd help his father work on the car, and his father would like, hand me a 1/4-inch wrench. And then his father would make a mistake, and you'd blame him. You're in my light!
Look how fast that boot.
I'll tell you another guy that was funny, Kevin Meaney.
Yeah.
Go put on your don't wear your tight pants. Careful, you're going to take an eye out. Go put your goggles on. Careful how you pass that slice of pizza. Yeah, I remember these guys. Like, I know their routines. That's how often I watch their stuff. Let's put the Samsung stuff on here, too.
And then I'm grateful because Carrie actually introduced me to a comedian and showed me a clip on YouTube that to this day I still show people that no one has ever heard of him, but the clip was so laugh out loud funny, and that was a guy by the name of Jay London.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Absolute scream.
He was on America's Funniest. What was it? The comedian.
Americans Got Talent. Oh, Last Comic Standing.
Last Comic Standing. Yeah, that's where I saw him, and he's like Henny Youngman. He just does these really quick one-liners.
Right. A little like Stephen Wright too. I mean,
he's like, I took a crash course in safe driving. That's the joke.
Yeah.
He's like, my dad used to take me to the park and put me on mood swings.
If you look him up on YouTube, there's a clip.
And then his reaction to it, because a lot of his jokes are groaners, and the audience just stares at him, and he's like, I'm sorry, am I bothering you? I'll stand over here.
Forget it.
Yeah. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. He's like his own worst enemy. He's hilarious.
Yeah. Okay, what else?
He said, I worked at a record store. A lady asked me if I had 12 inches. I said, is that a record?
Oh, you're going to do Samsung Magician first. Yeah.
Trying to think, what was some of the other stuff? He's so clever the way he thought of this.
Yeah.
He still travels around and does stand-up. Yeah. If you get a chance to see him in your town.
Yeah. And Stephen Wright is coming to Talking Stick.
Yeah, I wonder if he's still any good, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to think of more Jay London stuff.
Oh, he was funny.
Was funny. He still is funny.
Yeah, he still is funny. Yeah.
I think those are the hardest jokes to write. You know, something where you can just do it in one line.
Launch to finish setup.
We'll check and see if we got a firmware update on this flash drive.
It's pretty new though, right?
We don't know how long it's been sitting on a shelf. See down here it says update.
Oh,
if there's like a letter N, then it'll be like new, I think is what the N means. If we come down here, it says that we're running the latest. But if you look down here and you see a letter N, a big capital N, then there's something updated, waiting to be updated. Okay. That's what they changed. Now, if I run over to the Crystal Disk Mark, we can run the benchmark on this and see what kind of numbers. Should be about 3,500, pretty standard procedure stuff here.
And was that you put in there an NVMe Pro, or they don't make a Pro, that was a Plus.
That's an Evo Plus, yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are criticizing, well, they're going to do that anyway, but they're going to say, well, Carrie, you're always paying attention to the sequential reads and writes. You're always paying attention, but in practical use, most people are using smaller files and those other numbers. And I'm like, look, when you think about drag racing, we want to hit the highest speed possible in the quarter mile. We're not talking about, well, most people take turns, they have to slow down for turns, and we're not talking about that. We want to see the absolute maximum it's capable of in a best case scenario. That's what drag racing is all about. It's not about how somebody ordinarily drives a car. This test is not about that. This test is what is the maximum potential throughput that this device can provide under optimal circumstances. And that's why I focus on the two top numbers. That's 3567 on the reads. And just so you are aware, that's about as fast as the chipset will allow. So putting another drive in a RAID 0 will only slow that down unless the motherboard is specifically designed to operate with a separate channel. And typically you need X99, X299, or X399 to get that many more PCIe lanes to do that. So I'm curious with this DIMM.2 slot that ASUS is offering on this board. Supposedly puts it on another channel, and in theory, we could double our speed for another $400, $500. Now, how practical is it? How practical is taking that quarter-mile drag car that goes 325 miles an hour to go get your groceries? It's not.
And in the write speed, Blu-rays are typically a 50 gig file, correct? I mean, that's...
but no, who uses that? It's 25 gigs or 50, if it's double density, I think, or double side.
But you could copy, that would be your write speed coming up here, a 50 gig file in seconds, I mean, is the thing.
Yeah, well, but it's only got a certain amount of cache. Once you fill that buffer up, then it'll slow back down. And of course, if a solid state drive starts to overheat, it will throttle and slow down as well. But it's still faster than any mechanical drive
Yeah.
you'll ever have. So it's, people just want something to complain about. I think the question I need to start asking people is why. When they go, well, you need to overclock it, why? Why? What are you doing with your computer that is going to benefit from it? That's what I need to start asking that question and find out if they actually have an answer other than because we can, right? So we're back to the drag car again. So we got some people saying, well, that's not practical, or, you know, to just stare at those top numbers. Well, I show you all the numbers. You're welcome to look at them however you want to look at them. If you want to look at the 4K numbers, look at the 4K numbers. But I'm telling you what I'm looking at because no different than a drag car. I don't care if it's got a reverse gear. You know, I want to see it go a quarter mile as fast as possible. That's what it's designed to do. So it's good to know. Well, look at the write speeds, 3,343. That's crazy.
Easy, fast.
And I think putting this in RAID 0 would ultimately add to some latency and maybe slow us down. Except this motherboard is so different. I'll have to try it to find out.
Now I get my RAIDs confused. 0, one backs up another, or
No,
is that one?
that's
one. RAID 1
Mirrors.
mirrors. 0
Stripes.
makes it
Makes multiple drives
drives
appear as one with all their capacities added up.
but if one fails,
The whole thing's gone.
Gone.
Yep.
All your information's gone. Versus RAID 1, I'm like,
And you can have a RAID 0 and a RAID 1,
yeah.
or RAID what they call 10, 1 plus 0. And there's RAID 5.
Because you have your NAS on RAID 0, I have mine
No.
on RAID
My
1.
NAS is on RAID 1. I have two 12 terabyte
Right
drives,
size.
and one mirrors the other.
other.
So if either drive fails,
Fails.
I still haven't lost
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
But if there is a ransomware attack, if there's a virus attack, if there's a theft or a fire, I will lose everything on the drive.
Right.
But those are mostly my YouTube videos and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
And those
They're
W-
already on YouTube, so I can always retrieve them from YouTube.
And those WD Reds, I mean, I've had mine in my NAS.
I don't use WD Reds. I use Seagate Iron Wolves.
Iron Wolves, yeah. They're a little more pricey.
Well, they're also 7,200 RPM. I think the
Right.
Western Digital Reds are 54. So
Does
for
that make
me-
a big difference?
I don't know.
Because, I mean, you know.
When I transfer files over my gigabit network, they move in about 110 megabytes a second. So to give you a comparison on a mechanical drive,
There are your numbers, folks. Right there, boom.
yep, there's our final, whoops, grabbing the wrong mouse. Those are our final numbers, and that's just a single Samsung 970 EVO Plus. 2 terabytes, right now at Amazon is about $500. That should be a $400 drive. I don't know what's going on with those prices, but be aware, right now the price is high. Apparently supply is not
So
matching demand, but
so
that
at
price
four-
will come back down.
At 400, that would be a good value.
Well, that would be the normal, everyday,
Price.
custom, because if you go with the Intel 660 or 665p, that should be around $210 for 2 terabytes, and it'll run at about 1,800, about half these numbers. Whatever these numbers are, cut in half, which is still freaking fast, by the way.
Now, because we don't have a graphics card in, it's pointless to run that test because, yeah, we don't have the graphics card in, so.
Not yet. So, but we can run Prime 95 and make sure that cooler's working.
Okay.
So to do that, let me go full screen on my side here so I can see one more time. Full screen, right there. Would you grab me the timer? It's
Yeah.
You're gonna have to move my energy drink. It's back behind there, stuck on the side of the microwave. Okay, here's our core temps. It's nice and chilly. That's a good sign. And Prime 95 is this unrealistic, oh, I didn't copy it, did I? It's a very unrealistic test because nobody would work their CPU that hard for 15 minutes on all the cores. So again, if we put up a worst case scenario here and the machine can fly through being tortured for 15 minutes, it's highly unlikely the end user would ever push the machine that hard. Although, this machine will be used for editing my videos, which are often hours and hours long with lots of transitions and cuts. but even then it should process those videos rather quickly. So we're going to start and run this test on, let's see, start that. And let's move this so we can see it. And you'll see those temps starting to climb. So this value is our current temps on all the cores. There's 8 total cores. And then this is our minimum temp since I started the software. And then this is the maximum temp ever achieved. This is going to thermally throttle and start shutting itself down at about 100 degrees centigrade Celsius. I want to make sure that I have a good 15 degrees before that happens. So the hottest I ever want to see a CPU run when I torture it, after 15 or 20 minutes, I don't want to see it hotter than 85 degrees. 85 is the last number I will accept. If it hits 86, I got to find another cooling solution. So we're going to let this run, and we're going to watch this row right here and make sure that stays under 85. The timer just clicked over 1 minute, and I did start the timer a little bit late. So when it says 15, it will be more than 15 minutes.
So you're talking 80 degrees Celsius.
85.
85 Celsius,
85
yeah.
C is the maximum that I personally allow. Any machine I sell will not go out the door unless it can withstand this kind of abuse and maintain a cool temperature. So it certainly seems to me that we have installed the cooler correctly at this point.
And I'm actually surprised that the power supply fan
Still hasn't kicked on.
still hasn't kicked
Yeah,
on.
it's 1200 watts.
1200 watts.
And
so-
we're barely drawing any wattage from the wall right now. We're probably drawing
Yeah.
200, 250.
I kind of like where when it calls for cooling, that fan will spin up. Otherwise, it remains
Keeps it
silent.
quiet
yeah,
and keeps it
keeps
dust-free.
the dust from pulling in there.
Although
so-
in a case like this is kind of an exception. Wouldn't hurt to have that running all the time.
Right.
1,218 people watching live right now.
In your inventory, didn't you had a 1,000 watt that we were going to use in a build, but then you're like, no, I've got a.
That's it right there.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, right there. Never mind. The case reminds me of old trains. Well, Carrie's got a case that is an old train that I'm very jealous of, to be
Yeah, it's
honest.
empty.
I mean, it's a
It's a
one
mini
of a
ITX.
Yeah, it's a one of a kind.
It's not one of a kind.
No, not one of
So
a kind.
it was a
but it's
limited edition, but they don't make it anymore.
More.
$300.
Are there parts that would fit in there?
Yeah. Any
Even
mini
in
ITX
TX
build
now.
will fit. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Well, I think we're running out of batteries here.
Oh,
this camera.
on camera B.
Yep, that's exactly what's happening. We've
Okay.
left it on.
My bad.
That's okay. I got another battery.
Battery.
It's good to run them low and charge them up again. So let me go put this on the charger. And where are we on this? 3 minutes? And what's our maximum temp here? It's getting a little toasty.
Well, and
It's
what's
like we're
interesting
hitting-
is I thought the fans would spool up.
No, they're running full speed right now.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
They're at full speed. That's
Speed.
why it's so loud. When we hook up the USB cable and load the NZXT cam software, then the fans will be much quieter. I guess we don't have to put another battery in that camera. I think we're done with it for today.
Tony Wallow contributes $4.99. Thanks for the great build, guys.
Nice.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. It's a very unique, envious build, I'll tell you that.
So far we're hitting, oh, those numbers are far. I was looking at the small version of the screen. I thought it said 75 already. The max we're hitting is 66 centigrade right now. Celsius, centigrade, same thing.
Right.
If you're old, it's centigrade. If you're young, it's Celsius.
Yeah, nowhere near Carrie's 85.
Nowhere near, but we're also only 4.5 minutes in the test. We've got another
Yeah.
10.5 minutes to go, and we'll just keep an eye on it. If anybody's got any technical questions, any questions about the case, anything you want to know, certainly we'll do our best to provide you an answer. Oh, that new show Picard is really good. Have you watched it?
Yep, I have. I liked it.
I've been so upset with every Star Trek since The Next Generation. Finally, it took bringing Patrick Stewart back to bring the show back to home the way it's supposed to be. Javier Valdez says, I gave a little bit too. Oh, did I miss? Let's see if I missed some people here. $2 from Javier Valdez. Thank you, Javier. Justin contributed $5 from Justin Havu. He says, Mitch, the new special edition of Mr. Mister's Pull dropped today. The 3 new tracks are stellar, and I've got a bunch of Pablo Cruz on vinyl.
Yeah, I actually have the Mr. Pull album. I kind of bought it a couple of years ago, but I want those 3 new tracks, and so I'll have to buy it again.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
So what we're doing now, for people who don't quite get it, we're not testing what the temperatures are going to be on the system when it's completed. We're only testing the work we've so far done so that we can move forward intelligently rather than assuming anything. If I have heat issues now, then there's no sense in me putting this whole thing together and sealing it up. The temperatures aren't going to get better. So I want to make sure that it runs acceptably with all the covers off and everything, as it should, so that I can proceed forward. And if I have any heat issues when I'm done, then I know something's significantly changed between now and then. Now, so many people rush. They don't really think it through, and they don't realize you certainly can't run a successful, sustainable business doing that. You'll spend too many times backing up and starting over, trying to figure out where you went wrong because you rushed through too much too fast. And now you're not sure which item caused the problem when you've got so many variables. So by doing the bare minimums, especially on a new build with unfamiliar hardware, ensure that everything's working properly before hooking up other unnecessary items or closing it up, and then proceed forward once you have verification on the solid foundation that what you're building on is fully functional and operational to all aspects. Because if there's a difference, now you're limiting what you have to diagnose and check, which makes you faster and more valuable to your customer. These fans, once again, are running full speed because I don't have them on a controller right now. And I don't care. I'm not interested in that. That's not important. What's important is to verify all the work that we've done is functioning as it should. Getting the fans to operate quieter or slower is an irrelevant practice at this point because we'll be using these fans instead of the ones that came with the NZXT, and we'll be also using the NZXT CAM software. But to do that now would be putting 2 left feet in front of us. It's not logical. One step at a time, left, right, and you will get to your destination without tripping and falling on your face.
And even with video editing and encoding, you would never push all cores.
It's
like
possible
that.
you could, sure, you could.
Sure.
There's very few people that actually have a task that would push a machine as hard as video editing or rendering does. Some photo editing, other business kind of work, architectural rendering, any type of rendering is pretty hard on a system. But for the most part, most home users, which includes probably the 1,182 people watching now, I don't think a single one of those people would push the system that hard for any significant period of time. Maybe for little moments, but not for hours and hours and hours. There might be 1 or 2 out of 1,000 or 1,200. It's very, very rare. Most people just want more power because they just want more power, not because they need it. They want bragging rights. I don't know anybody who needs a Ferrari. Harry Baldwin contributed $1.99, says, I once used a, let's scroll off already. I once used a Pentium 4 as a heater with Prime 95. Rudiger Luthi's contributed $10. This is camera showing speed out of focus. Speed, what's he talking about speed? What speed?
I don't know. Are you out of focus?
There is no speed.
Hey, can you tell if you're in focus? You've always been a little
If
out of
your
focus.
resolution, like the YouTube video has a little gear,
Right.
And if your gear is down at like 240 or 360 or
You're out of
480,
focus.
then you've reduced the resolution of the video. By reducing the resolution of the video, you might have to if your internet bandwidth is too slow. If you watch this video in a full 1080, it's 100% in focus. So you just have to hit that little gear in the bottom right corner and crank that up to 1080 or 720.
He calls the color electric blue. I think we liked, you've got coral blue, or what was the other one that they said? That was
Cobalt
the
blue.
Cobalt, yeah,
Yeah.
cobalt blue.
I bet John Xynos can tell us the name of the color.
Yeah, exactly.
BMW blue?
Blue.
What's up, Lyle? Is it at a time? No, you guys got 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Boy, they know the time, don't they?
Yeah.
Donnie Seegers contributed $4.99. Thank you, Donnie. Zero Core says it's metallic blue. I don't know that it's metallic.
Metallic.
Metallic usually implies that it's got like a glitter in it,
Right.
a metallic glitter. It does not have that. It doesn't like a car paint job is often metallic these days. Mitch needs a cookie. Uh-oh, he found the boxes.
Mitch, just watch your comedy a bit dirty but funny. Well, thank you. I'll take a bit dirty, but
Is it
again,
dirty?
Yeah, it's it's a lot of innuendos. Let's
Hugh Wong said that.
yeah, but
So, okay, $2.50 from Hugh. Thank you.
Hugh,
Huge?
thank you. Yeah. So, yeah. How many minutes are we at?
We're at 11 minutes and 45 seconds.
And Lyle's got a box.
And we haven't exceeded 66 this whole freaking time. And it's
He said-
just about
yeah.
to cross over.
He said freaking. Oh yeah.
Freaking. Freaking out
We'll
over
keep
here.
this kid friendly. All right. 3 more minutes. Yeah.
Or 8 more.
Ah.
That's going to take us right to nearing the end time of this, our 4 hours
Yeah.
that we had. So we're at 3 hours and 43 minutes in the video. For people that have stuck around the whole length of this, thank you guys for sticking around. And I want to thank John Xynos for his patience. He and I are going to have to talk about the fitment, if I'm doing something wrong or if I have to send anything back.
Yeah, because you're in agreement. That should not be pushing.
Shouldn't
that
be
stuff
pushing
in
out the front like that.
It should be beautifully flush.
But the hard part's done, and thank you for your help, by the way.
Yeah.
But those camera close-ups are awesome.
Yeah.
And Lyle is sitting here going, you guys going to eat this box, or is that just for anybody? You can eat it. That was the box under the motherboard, so he's welcome to screwball. Hi, Jimmy. Your brother's crazy. I know. You got a crazy brother. That's what's going on over here.
on this marvelous Friday.
It is
What-
Friday.
What are you
isn't
gonna? Yeah. What are you gonna run that for? 15? Just 15?
I'm going to go 20 on it.
Oh, 20?
Why not? Let's torture the heck
Yeah.
out of it. I mean,
And
if 15's unrealistic, 20
yeah.
is preposterous.
And again, that power supply fan
It hasn't kicked on.
has not kicked on.
And it's not even as warm as the room. How is it possible this is colder than the room? Isn't that weird? Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost at 14 minutes. Again, any technical questions, we just have a few minutes, guys. If you have those questions, I encourage you to ask them now, and I'll do my best to provide answers. We are going to wrap this up within 15 minutes. We're going to be done with this in its current state, and then we'll pick it up another day. I have 3 other builds waiting to be finished, or waiting to be started, and those have to take priority. So this will get a part 2. The 3950X that Mitch and I did last week, that will have a part 2 as well. But because these are projects, there's no paying customers waiting. There are paying customers waiting. And so by just taking a day to do this means all those people have to wait another day now. And that's why I can't see this all through in one day. Also, the good news is that once all the parts are done, my sister will edit it down to the minimum, by keeping all of the steps in, but we'll edit it down to speed it up as much as possible and make it, when it's done, absolutely complete with final shots with all the panels
Yep.
on it and everything.
So then after the 3 customer builds, we got the streamer,
Yeah, we got to upgrade the
Streamer.
streamer. We got to upgrade yours.
Stormtrooper.
Then we're going to take your old parts, put that in an older case, and
Case.
give that away to a disabled American veteran.
Yeah.
I've got, let's see, there's Michael Solomon, there's another Michael whose name eludes me, Frank, I got to help. Frank is next. And, well, Valentine is the last one that I've got to get out. Joey's got shipped yesterday. So, and then there's Andrew, I believe, who's waiting. And I've asked him to just, he's like, hey, what address can I send parts to? I'm like, don't do anything yet. My house is so filled with stuff, I need to get stuff out before I have any room to bring any more things in. So, but we're going to get to everybody. Carrie, you need to kick it up to ludicrous speed.
How are we on time?
We've got 12 minutes, and we're on just about 16 minutes on the timer here.
You know, Chad, I don't think Carrie will need me on the part 2 of the build. Once he gets the sleeve there situated, I think it'll go on nice. And
I want to find out what
Yeah.
I'm missing on that capacitive touch switch too.
Right.
That's not working.
yeah. Oh, Paul Newman. Hope Uncle Mitch will be back soon. Yeah,
You better be.
yeah,
I will hunt you down.
yeah.
You know, if I get that other house for a studio, it's much closer to where he's way on the other side of
Right.
town. What is it, like 40 minutes for you to get over here?
It's about 30, yeah, 35. So,
I'm not seeing any technical questions in here at all. So I guess everybody doesn't need any questions answered. Rochester, New York 87 contributed $10. Carrie, looks awesome so far. I think you may be able to adjust the Kraken mounting bracket to mount it where you need it. Thank you both, Carrie and Mitch, for all you do. You know, there's no mounting. Oh, I see what he's saying. I don't think so, but
is he saying where you might be able to spin it to get it?
Yeah, to get the pipes on the other side over the
Right.
RAM. I don't. You know what? I'll have to look around. If you have a link that explains how to do that, please send it to me. Last time I installed one of these coolers was about a year and a half ago. So
And so, do you think you'll keep that RAM, or you will get some lower profile RAM and use that?
I haven't made up my mind.
Use
I
that
don't know
RAM
yet.
for another.
Gatorman 8052 has contributed $10. He said, "Keep up the great work, Carrie. I love your videos." Right on, Gatorman. Thank you. What is the maximum temp you mentioned you thought was okay? 85 degrees centigrade.
Hang on, it looks like another delivery, folks. And what's our time here? 19 minutes. We got one more minute to go. Look at those temps.
Okay, yeah, that was UPS that time. Between UPS and Amazon, they ought to keep us pretty busy over here.
Oh,
Just
okay.
answering the door. We're at 19 minutes and 25 seconds on the test, and it looks like it went to sleep on me.
Okay.
I can't read it, it's too
Yeah.
small.
Have we exceeded 66, or is that kind of?
I don't know, let me see. I gotta see it bigger. No. Somebody in the chat's like, you know it's gonna get hotter after 15 minutes. They got real quiet now, didn't they, after that?
Yeah.
Yeah. We are not exceeding 60. I wonder what speed we're running at though. That's the other question. It may not be running at 5 gigahertz. Let's look down. Oh, it is. It is hitting 5.
Okay.
Right now it's only at 4,500, but it did hit 5027 on all 8 cores. But I don't know why it does that. It depends, I guess, on what Prime 95 is doing. But as long as it's sitting down at 4.5, it's reasonable that it's not going to get as hot. But I'm not quite sure what it was doing when it cranked up to 5. But we do know that all 8 cores are hitting that 5. And that's incredible. No other consumer chip on the market can do that.
And let them watch those numbers when you click exit.
And you'll see it's 100% processor usage at all 8 cores and 8 threads, or hyperthreads. That's a total of 16 apparent threads running at 100%. That's why I say it's a very unrealistic workload.
Yeah.
We're crossing into nearly 21 minutes at this point, so
Shut her down.
I think we're good to go.
Yeah.
All right, everybody can see that?
Okay.
That's way longer than this test needed to run. It's overkill. Now, I want you to pay close attention to how fast this cools down as well. Although with a liquid cooler, it does take a little bit longer, but it's still going to be relatively quick. So if we go to stop this test, let me move this over here, and let's stop this test. And I want you to watch this row of temperatures right here. This left row. It's going to drop by about 30 degrees almost instantly. Test, stop, UK. Now. There it goes. Water takes a bit longer to cool than just a fan running over a tower radiator. However,
But that went from the 50s to 29.
It cut it
awful
in
quick.
half.
Awful quick. I mean,
yeah, in like 2 seconds. Yeah. Yeah. Looks good to me. Don't you take that box outside. And we'll shut down. Now, when I get that RTX 2080 Ti in here, then we can run it on a couple other visual benchmarks. And we can measure, boy, it shut down quick. We can measure the performance of that RTX 2080 Ti, which is supposed to be stellar. And let's go back to full screen on the cam repeater here. There we are. So thank you guys so much for joining. Thank you for all the generosity today and the contributions. We're just getting started. This is just part 1 on the build, and there will be a part 2. It might take a week or so for me to get back to it, depending on
What's happening?
customers are like, where's my build? When are you going to get to my build? I'm like, oh, I'm building this thing for myself. Yeah, that doesn't go over very well with most people. Like, really? You can't put off your own thing? Well, I've been putting off my own thing for 4 years now, and if I don't make time for it, it's never going to get done. Welcome to my world. But anyway, thank you. Thank you guys again for tuning in and joining me on this very, very unique build, and it's still got a long way to go. Remember, we still got to hook up. Actually, you'll be surprised. This monitor, you just plug a USB cable in, and I think the driver loads automatically, and boom, the monitor's on, and that's it. That's all you have to do. Then you can drag any window you want over to that 7-inch color LCD screen, LED screen.
Watching CNN.
Yeah, you put a
movie,
television show, you can
put
put
a
Carrie's
movie.
YouTube channel on there.
Great.
And then down here, you can have your temps displayed in text. Right down here, it's just a liquid crystal display there.
Yeah.
And then whether or not I keep this RAM and figure out another way to mount this, or just let this have the NZXT logo be upside down, or if I want the NZXT logo right side up with the pipes on the other side, putting in the low profile Corsair Vengeance RAM will fit in there and take care of that. I haven't made up my mind what I want to do. I really do like this. I'm guilty of saying I like this RAM. I don't know what it is about it. I just like it. So I'm leaning towards leaving the pipes off to the side. And if it really bothers me, I can take apart the pump and rotate that 180 degrees. But it bothers me that NZXT or no pump manufacturer that I'm aware of allows you to rotate. If it didn't say NZXT, if it was just a mirror with lights in it, then it wouldn't matter what direction it faced. So I think the engineers could do a little better when it comes to mounting positions by it's not a restrictive thing physically. It's just aesthetically not as pleasing to have the logo upside down. Yeah. If they'd remove the logo, it wouldn't be a problem. Or if they could let this rotate that wouldn't be that big of an engineering feat to design a top that rotates. But whatever, it is what it is. I think this is going to be even more amazing than I was anticipating, because I'm looking at how it looks, and I was afraid it was going to be overcrowded in here, but it's not. And I understand why he said the cable management's not an issue, because the cables are going to run along the edges where you're not going to see them. I get what he's saying now. And whether or not I decide to use this I may change this out for something a bit smaller. I haven't decided that either. So still some decisions to be made. And you can see the colors in the RGB on the board still running. Right there, you'll see they're changing colors here and here and here. It's all RGB. And you can go in the BIOS and tell it when the computer's off to turn the RGB off. So people sometimes, keep them up at night if it's in a bedroom. And then there's RGB headers on here as well. So if you like that sort of thing, you certainly can have that option on this case. Okay.
All right.
That wraps us up. We're 3 minutes before quitting time. I think that we couldn't have timed that any better. Being unscripted, and it is what it is.
Unique build. Thanks everyone for tuning in, sticking around, staying with us, and I'm a jealous computer fanatic, because it's it's going to turn out to be an amazing machine. So.
Rochester, New York sent a link. He sent $5 contribution. He goes, "Is this possibly it?" Let's take a look and see what he's got here. Changing the retention bracket. Well, the retention bracket changes for AMD. There's only, what's the other retention bracket for? Why did they give us that one? No, that's not going to work. That's the back plate, and that's for AMD. So, no. Unfortunately, they only give you one retention bracket for Intel and one for AMD, and I think this other retention bracket, I don't know what that's for. I'd have to look at the documentation, but that's not going to cut it. That's not giving us more space for the pipes to get further up. It's hitting the RAM and preventing it from seating. But thank you for the idea. Unfortunately, it's get a go faster sticker and cover up the one that's upside down.
Yeah.
It's a little ghetto. Thomas Robinson says, excellent build, Kerry and Mitch. Stay safe and good night.
Yep.
Yvette Bergman says, thank you again.
I'm off to Alan Parsons. Woohoo. Games people play.
Rick Lake says, job well done, Kerry and Mitch. Thanks, you guys. The kindness and support is very much appreciated. Kerry, loosen all the side panels to fit the top. Yeah, I'm thinking they might have to. That might be what I have to do.
Because
I
everything
think I
is
mentioned that
so.
already.
Yeah, everything is so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a precision fit. I was just kind of guerrilla brute forcing it in there, but within reason. I didn't want to cause any damage. But I'm going to talk to John about it just to make sure I'm on the right path.
Yep.
Because it all should be the same. There shouldn't be any discrepancy between the case he sent me. Like if he built the same case today, it should be the exact same measurements. It should be that precise. These CNC machines are profoundly precise. So it's not like he's cutting it by hand. If he was cutting them by hand, then there would be differences between one model and the other. So the fitment issue doesn't make sense to me, other than I was probably doing it wrong. Are there motherboards that can be either Intel or AMD? No, there are not. You must pick one. Is there a car that can be a Ford and a Chevy? No. I mean, I suppose you could pull the engine out of a Ford, put a Chevy engine in it, but no, you can't buy one new that way from the factory. They're competitors, and therefore they do not share. You have to pick one. Is there a VHS player that plays beta? I think there might have been at some point, actually. There might have been. Mike Lario says, bravo, Kerry. I like the look so far.
Yeah. Did you want to give a shout out to all the contributors here before we
Well, that's a good idea.
sign off?
Yeah. We got a lot, too, so I want to take a deep breath. Rochester, New York, 87. Jason Baum contributed $4.99. Why do people rate power usage so high on these CPUs? It looks like you're only using 139 watts of power. Yeah, I don't know why people do that. Me and George O had a long discussion about this about 2 years ago on my channel, and you'll find that video here. We talk about the overrating that's done on power supplies. It's like a disease. Monty Yoel's contributed $10. He says, nice work, guys. Hey, thanks, Monty. Gatorman8052, keep up the great work, Kerry. Love your videos. Rochester, New York made several contributions. Thank you for all your contributions. Brendan Looney and Hugh Wong, as well as Donnie Seeger, Rudiger Luthi, Harry Baldwin, Tony Wallow, Javier Valdez, Justin Havu, Michael Dane, Michael Brooks, Wonder Woman, Glenn Davies, Michael Cutler, Hugh Wong again, Glenn Davies again, Kaka Pepe. That was my uncle's name. Ben Stroud and Marty again. Lurchicus, Reverend Johnny O'Toole. Hey, thank you, Johnny. Red Dragon Quiet Dad, Thomas Robinson. You want to read some of these?
Jerry Watson, Rick Hubbard, David Newby, Ann's,
ANS.
ANS PC Repair, Eris. Have you got
Veresis.
£2.50?
No, those are euros.
Oh, euros, yeah. Samuel Ramos, $5. Alan Maybrier, $2. Tony Wallow, Justin
Havu.
There's Rochester, New York, 87 again. Gary Tatum, Mike Yazzie, Justin again. Irving T, of course. Andrew Brockington. Marty again. Marty, our friend from Florida. Justin again. Chris Chase and Zerloth. How's that for pronunciation?
I think Zerloff, yeah.
Yeah. Wilhelm Gordon.
Wilhelm Gordon.
Wilhelm. Where are my short eyeballs?
Come on, I know you can get this one.
Rick Lakes.
There you go. How about that
Steve Warrington.
Nice.
David Williams.
Oh, we're going to test you on this one.
Mark Ostruska.
Nice.
Jeremy Kramer. Colin Hunt. Michael Nielsen. Hugh Wong again. Cosmo. David Griswold.
Don't sound disappointed when you say again. I mean, that's nice.
And again, I got to raise my tone. And again, David Griswold, Brendan Looney.
And this is the very first contribution right here.
And
Tony
again,
Wallow.
our good friend Tony Wallow.
Were you in camera the whole time, or were you just chopped off?
I don't know.
I think you were chopped off.
I was chopped off. All
Well-
right, so I'll come down to say so long.
Then you got to move a little this way.
Yeah, then I got to move a little closer.
You got
All
to,
right,
I know.
a little closer. Okay.
I think I'm okay.
Okay, guys.
It's not me.
Thank you for all
That
the
was the dog.
contributions. Yes, and have a great weekend wherever you are. And Uncle Kerry will be back Monday. No, he's got.
I got
Tuesday.
that eye
Yeah,
doctor.
yeah,
appointment.
Tuesday,
Well, I'll
yeah.
try and be back Monday afternoon with a new build. I'm
Okay.
going to try.
Right.
And, I got to finish Valentine's computer too.
Okay.
So yeah, and thank you guys for watching. Thanks for joining me on this adventure. And we will pick it up in a part 2 here in the future. I will let you know when that's going to happen. Thanks to all of you for your contributions, your support, my friends in blue for helping keep the chat civil. It was a little bit of a challenge today. MAHFL has contributed $2 right there under the wire. Thank you so much. And Mitch, thanks for all your help, man. I appreciate it.
We'll live to do it another day, guys.
Yeah, we will see you
All right.
soon. Until then.
Bye for now.